everyone. Hello and welcome. Thank you for your patience. We had a late start. This was a bit of a last-minute swap-up, a swap-a-roo, a switcheroony, last-minute excitement. And this is the Foxhole Fridays, where we play RPGs together, and I just feel like I'm a little off-center. So thank you so much for being here. I am so glad to have you. We were planning on running the Gamblers today, but we had 2 players not able to make it, which means I don't want them to go to Torple with everybody missing. So we are going to be doing a one-shot today. And this particular one-shot we're doing, I have played this on the stream before. This is Death of the Author by Sam Lee. And this particular game is, you can play either solo or duo. And we played it duo last time, and we're playing it duo this time. It is Lindy's first time. And by the way, I had to do a bunch of new asset creation stuff because we were starting off. So thank you for waiting. I appreciate you all hanging out here with us, even though we had a bit of a late start. Thank you. This particular game, I've not ever played it. I've not ever played this solo yet. So I don't actually know what it's like to run it in a solo way, but I really do love running it as a group. And this is a tarot-based game about an author trying to write their book, and the main character deciding they don't like that. They may not want that to happen in the way that it's happening, because sometimes authors aren't very kind to characters in their books, and sometimes the characters do not appreciate the lack of kindness. So we'll be doing this together. But before I start, I want to say thank you for being here. It is you being here that makes this worthwhile and work. If you would like to help us out, being here is the best thing you can do. Also, if you're watching us on YouTube, like, subscribe, comment, and if you leave comments, I will read them out. You can also give tips and bits. If you do, I will read out those messages for you at the end. You can also become one of our Patreons. That's like a great spot. We have it's like $3 if you want, and it just goes to help pay for the casts of these shows. Also, though, we have a special sponsor tier, which is $200. And if you're one of our sponsors, then I will, you get like a special shout out, a special spot in the credits, and a radio ad that I'll play once a month or more if I feel like it. And it is $200, which will pay for 4 players for 1 week for one show. And it is much appreciated. And we have a sponsor, that is Willen TW, who is also a sponsor and note taker, and without whom I do not know if I would survive. So that is a thing to note. All right, I think that is all of the general pre-stuff. So Lindy has not played this game before. I have played it once, and so we're going to go through this together, and we'll also teach you how it works as it goes. So, Lindy.
Hi.
Who are you?
Oh, I'm a totally normal human being, named LaughLoveLindy. Well, called LaughLoveLindy. That's not my name.
That's not my name.
And I'm excited to be here tonight.
Lindy and I talked about this ahead of time.
A little bit, yeah.
Just a little
bit. Just a little. Literally just a little bit.
And the only thing we really talked about, is who would be the author and who would be the character.
Yeah.
Lindy volunteered me to be the author.
Yes, voluntold, really.
But
he said he's the character last time, so he's gonna be the author this time. Gonna mix it up. He's gonna experience both sides.
When I was the character, I was told by the author that I had a drug problem and I was a loser. You know how it is. So, I think these things happen.
These things do happen.
I'm writing a novel. Oh, wait.
Oh, yes.
I wore my polo shirt because it felt very authory. That's how I felt. So the first thing we have to do is to Well, create the book that create this story. I'm going to zoom in a little bit, and I want to make sure, Lindy, you're on the right spot. Yes, good. I kept you in the right spot. And let me, I was going to press my button, but I can't, so I have to do it this way. Here we go. So, I'm the author. Everything that I want, I'm control of this. I'm writing the book, right? So I'm in control of everything. I make up everything and I'm in total control of whatever happens in this book. It's me because I'm the author in the real world.
Yep.
And nothing is going to change that, I suspect. No things at all will get in the way.
Nope.
So let me think. Lindy and I did have a quick conversation ahead of time. And one of the conversations led to this. This is book 2 in the series. This is a planned trilogy. The first book is already out, and this is the second book. And of course, it's not published yet because I'm writing it right now as we speak. But I need to decide who the main characters are in this book. There's the self, the friend, and the foe. I'm going to pull some major arcana to find out who they are, to give me some senses of who this is. I've got my Aquarian deck that I put together. Let me shuffle it so that good shuffle. All right, let's draw some cards out, shall we? I also really think I want to go and re-clip these so I can have nice rounded corners, but that's just me. You know how I am. It's the aesthetic.
I know how you are.
I feel like you don't even know how I am. Okay, these three. This is the setup for the game. These 3 cards are going to tell me something about who the 3 main characters are.
I'm gonna wash out my eye. It's itchy for some reason.
Oh no! I'm going to say all sorts of things about you when you're not here, and you can't hear me. Although Lindy can still hear me. Lindy's got headphones on. So what I'm going to do is we've got these 3 major arcana cards, and they're going to sort of basically be the inspiration that I'm going to use to decide who the characters are in this book. We also haven't really decided yet what the genre is, but I think we'll just get there, I guess. So, the self. This is the first character. This is the character that Lindy is playing. It is the protagonist, the antagonist, or side character. This is whatever character is that Lindy is, but this may not be the protagonist of the book, at least not in my opinion as the author. I am, after all, the author, but, it's fine. Let's flip this card. So we have the Hanged Man. And I also have because in this, you shuffle them and they can either be reversed or upright or reversed, and you don't know. The way that we decide whether or not something is upright or reversed is by pulling these coins that I made onto the card. So this is, if it's the sun, then it is upright. If it's the moon, it is reversed. So the self is the Hanged Man upright.
Oh boy.
Now, I have the booklet for the Aquarian, very 1960s, 70s book, and I'm going to use this as my inspiration. So, the Hanged Man, according to this very hippie arcana, is 10, 11, 12. Let me just read this out so I can get some thoughts. The Hangman is the stoic-faced man hangs upside down from a cross by a rope tied to his left foot. A jagged power design issues from an orange cup-like shape covering his throat and appears to point toward his base chakra, but actually, because of the hangman's inverted position, is aimed up to the heavens. The power bolt dramatizes the translation of sexual energy into higher energy, as in the raising of the Kundalini. The issuance of the arrow out of his throat chakra suggests the hangman's communication of this sublimation as a conscious request rather than an action forced upon him by his unfortunate situation. They talk more about the card, but the hangman illustrates the rejection of the personal self for the attainment of the mystical state of mind. It relates to the mind's union with God and the inner peace, inspiration, faith that results from alignment with the divine will. In reverse, its meaning is self-centeredness, materialistic, untrusting lack of faith, following conventional thought instead of one's intuition. Also false security and futile sacrifices. Okay. Oh wait, sorry, it's not reverse. It's upright. I'm so sorry. That was the reverse meaning. Let me give you the upright meaning for this one, since this is the upright card. A major change, transition, readjustment to new ideas and conditions, ultimately for the good, intuition, psychic awareness, and spiritual wisdom as the outcome of releasing past patterns and continuing one's growth. Denotes inner peace, inspiration, faith, and noble sacrifices. Okay. Okay. Now, I will say that Lindy gave me one request.
I did.
And that is, Lindy wants to be the villain in this book, rather than the hero protagonist.
I do. I'll be the villainess.
Mm-hmm, the villainess. So I need to think, what character is this? Who is this? This is going to be a villain. And this villain has these traits of being a major change, transition, readjustment to new ideas and conditions, ultimately for the good, intuition, psychic awareness, and spiritual wisdom as the outcomes of releasing past patterns and continuing one's growths. Denotes inner peace, inspiration, faith, and noble sacrifices. Okay, when I think about this, about a villain who has those traits, right? The antagonist of my story. So this is book 2 of our trilogy. Wait, I need my pipe because I'm the author.
Yes, obviously.
Yes. Okay, so I think what I'm feeling here is that this says to me that our villain is somebody in charge, right? Is like the person in charge of the kingdom. It's like, if we're thinking about like a Hunger Games, it's like the president of the, right? Right. And I'm thinking this is a person who, talk about like spiritual wisdom and all that. Okay. So there's already a book 1, which we haven't discussed yet. So I'm thinking our protagonist, our hero, is like somebody humble, right? I'm sort of riffing off of a Hunger Games riff-off. That was very popular. I'm sure if I do something similar to another trilogy, right, I can make a lot of money off of that. I think we could. I'm thinking we're going to have some kind of humble beginnings, maybe like well, I'll think about it. I don't know yet. But I think that the antagonist is going to have to be like a spiritual leader, like a high priestess, like somebody who's okay. Here's what we got. This is going to be like a post-apocalyptic, but like way post, like way futuristic
Way
kind of a thing,
post.
right?
Okay.
Yeah. Right. So like society's always been rebuilt, but it's been rebuilt in this new kind of a way. And I think we're going to have this person who's our villainess. And this person is thought of as like a religious leader, as like a prophesied one. You know what I mean? Sure,
yeah.
Right, like the person who's like who from a very young age as a child was prophesied to be the great leader of this society. The reason I want it to be post-apocalyptic-ish, kind of vaguely Hunger Games-ish, is because I don't want there to be huge countries the way you think of them. Like these are kind of like sort of reformed societies, I guess. And she is this figurehead leader that is like, but we do have technology, right? But who's like, and like a little bit Big Brother, right? Like face everywhere, like just like beautiful, beloved, face everywhere, always there to look out for you. And it's sort of like so I think that she was raised to be in this position from a very young age. There's all this promise of prosperity and peace and joy and love and like utopia, right? Like this is sort of like a figure who sort of frames herself as this utopian leader. Yeah, now I'm thinking a little bit Ursula K. Le Guin, Those Who Walk Away from Omelas. Okay, so this is the figure who like is in every way perfect and beautiful, right? Has got like the best lighting at all times and is this sort of figure, I think also quite young, right? In the sense that I'm thinking, because you want this for a novel series, right?
Yes,
around the same age as the protagonist, like probably like mid-20s, I guess, right?
Sure.
Right. Somebody who's going to look very sympathetic in this society. and is always going to do the right thing. However, it's also very brutally repressive, right? I think it's one of these things where,
Ooh, okay.
I suppose like Brave New World or something, where like they're gardens, it's beautiful, everything seems perfect, right? If you're on the upper tier, and yeah. By the way, once I finish this thought, you're going to have to go. You get to do your change, right? So
Okay.
I'm thinking that there's like this person actually saved the people. I think what happened was that, okay, so we're post-apocalyptic, kind of far past. This person, like, I think they're, oh, okay, I've got it. The parent of this person was actually one, like the protagonist in book one, or
Ooh,
like
okay.
like part of the
Sure.
protagonist
Yeah, yeah,
group,
yeah.
part of the protagonist group in book one, and that protagonist group in book one, um, basically were able to like overthrow the big bad, and create like a new, like move to the new place and create a new world, right? That kind of like the new society. And
Sure.
it's book two, which I've not finished writing yet, unfortunately. And the fans have been asking for book two.
Yeah. The pressure's on.
The pressure's on, and it's been a couple of years since book one has come
Ooh,
out. It's fine.
yeah.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Hey, it's not been as long as George R. R. Martin, so you're
Yeah.
good.
It's the Song of Lice and Ire. And so basically, uh, book one ends with the founding of this new society, right? Book two, and I think everybody really loved various people. It's fine. Don't worry about it. We're doing a new direction. And in book two, where it's now set like 10 years later.
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So the protagonist, your character and also the hero are like 26, 27.
Sure.
And in book one, they're like 16 or 17. They grew up together. Don't worry about it.
Of course. Yeah. Well, of course we grew up together.
Of course, right? Right? Heroes and all that. And so now we have this new society. I don't have a name for it yet. I'll think about it. Like something like Haven or Sanctuary or
yeah, Haven or Sanctuary. Yeah. Of course. Yes.
Something like
Haven.
this, right?
I like Haven.
Haven. Yes. And
That's cozier vibes than Sanctuary, you know.
Yeah. And so Haven is now the new society, and under the leadership of this character. How do you feel about Davina as a name?
I like Davina. I need notes. I need to write this down. Your document.
Yes. Also, please, you can write things down on the Roll20 as well. So Davina is the because parent died recently, right? And so now you are now
tragic.
Right. Yeah. Probably perhaps under mysterious circumstances. You are now the leader of Haven. Leader, let's say beloved leader of Haven. Yes. Charismatic. Manipulative. And I think that actually it was like before this was like, I think the outside is actually quite dangerous, right? Outside of Haven, I think is actually quite wild, quite dangerous, maybe like mutated things and raiders. Like I think it's actually it's not great. At least that's what people say. Walled city, right? So it's a walled city. I'm going to say like mid-high tech. So we can have some like, sci-fi tech, right?
Yeah.
Sort of walled city, mid-high tech. Outside is terrible. Maybe irradiated.
Classic.
Yeah. At least that's what everybody says. And I think that Davina is all about protecting the people, whether they like it or not.
Sure.
They like it or not.
Excuse me?
And like, I'm going to say maybe a little like paranoid. There's like a righteousness, right? Like okay. Yeah, so I'm going to say beloved leader of Haven, charismatic, manipulative, walled city, mid-high tech, outside is terrible, apparently. Apparently. No one's allowed to go
Apparently.
outside. No one's allowed to go outside for their own good, right? Protecting the people whether they like it or not, righteousness. And I'm going to say um, uh, Iron Fist, Velvet Glove,
Ooh.
right? Iron Iron Fist, Velvet Glove is our
Is that the name
Davina.
of, is that like maybe one of the working names of the title?
Oh, I think so. Well, you actually get, I think you get to decide what the actual title is at the
Okay.
end, perhaps, or maybe I do. I don't know. So I'm gonna put down Iron Fist.
That sounds like an epic book title. I'm just gonna say that
It
right
really
now.
does. Iron Fist, Velvet Glove. Um, so yeah, like 28, 26, 27, beautiful. Um, in public, the like the figure of grace, but like probably could stab you. You know what I mean? Is really
Yeah,
seen as the
yeah.
savior, right?
Well, maybe I wouldn't stab you, but I have people.
Yeah. Hey, who knows? I'm not a job,
Why would I
Well,
get
actually,
my
I'm the
hands
author.
dirty? I'm the villainess.
um, so that is who our protagonist. That is who the self is. That is who you are. That's the character you are playing that I am writing. But I've told you a lot about your character. Like I also think like super ruthless. You know what I mean? Like is it like has that really sort of hard, ruthless edge on the inside, but
Sure.
is not portrayed that way. Um, that said, we are not done. I've just said who the antagonist, right? And we'll find out who the hero is when we get there. But we're not there just yet. But this is our antagonist. But at this point, I've said who you're playing because I'm writing
Mm-hmm.
this on my own, and nobody can tell me what to do.
Yeah, yeah,
Uh,
yeah. Nobody. Sure.
how,
Definitely not.
however, you get to add an extra detail about of your you get to say something about this. I'm giving you like this is what I as the author think about who our antagonist is, but you get to add now.
Cool. Let me know if this is too much. I this character, Davina. Davina
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
is not the Davina she was in book one.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
Because your number one fan
Mm.
has been
Mm-hmm.
Isekai'd into this book.
Mm. Mm-mm.
No? No.
Mm-mm. I think that's very inappropriate. I would not, as the author, approve of such a thing. But go on.
But go on.
I mean,
and
I mean,
and I don't think the author knows this.
of course not. If I knew this, I
No,
would be very distressed.
Maybe not your number one fan, but a big fan. Like I've read the first book several times.
Did you stalker? But go on. Go on. Mm-hmm.
Maybe your stalker, maybe your stalker fan got hit by truck coon on their way to work and then woke up as Davina, and is kind of stoked about it. But also maybe a little concerned because villainesses usually die at the end of the trilogy. So
Obviously, there's probably gonna be
yeah,
dragons. I don't know. I mean,
maybe I don't know. So that's what I'm gonna add is that I know that I'm a book character, and I know the series, and I know my future doesn't look good.
may I ask something for you?
Oh, of course.
Is the number one fan?
Yeah, big fan, stalker fan.
Mm-hmm.
Stalker fan.
Isekai'd.
I think there's a difference between number one fan and stalker fan. I am your stalker fan.
I'm gonna ask a question of you. This is just for you.
Sure.
Because I, as the author, have no idea this is happening.
No.
It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
That you got Isekai'd into Davina and not the protagonist. Why would you get Isekai'd into Davina and not the protagonist?
Maybe
What's up
because
with
I'm a
you?
stalker. And I don't make. I think Truck Coon flipped a coin and said, "Oh, antagonist, protagonist." I think maybe it's whether you get impacted by the front headlight or the left headlight or the right headlight. I don't know. I don't know how this all works. I just know that I'm Davina.
Yeah, I don't. I'm so glad that I don't
And
know
I'm
you're
not
there because I'm gonna.
mad about it. But I do need
Yeah.
to survive because I need to stalk you, and it's hard to do that if I'm stuck as this character.
I just feel like
I do appreciate the book 2 spoilers.
maybe you don't. I feel like maybe you don't like some of the things I've done with Davina. I don't know.
Maybe I don't. Maybe Davina was my favorite character in book 1.
Perhaps. Maybe.
Perhaps she was. Maybe she was. I mean, who's to say, really?
Who's to say? Maybe you're not happy with some of the things that I'm doing in this book right now. Surprise! Some spoilers
Surprise! So yeah, there you go. That's my twist. Is
Okay.
Lindy reads too many webtoons. That's my twist.
For the record, I don't know anything about this. I am not aware of this happening, but it is indeed happening. Speaking of which, there's one thing I need to put right here. Give me 1 second. Okay. I do not have a limiter on this particular setup.
And I see Voltiel's question. Truck Coon definitely hit me while I was stalking the author. Absolutely. That is.
I wonder.
Maybe that's why I got Isekai'd. I was stalking you specifically, and the Truck Coon was like, "Hey, let me help you out."
Yeah, and it may be that I don't even know that you exist. I don't know.
It's hard
maybe I
to
do,
put a
maybe I don't.
restraining order on somebody who's dead in the real world. Or in a coma.
that's true.
I don't know. I don't
Yeah,
know how my
yeah.
original body's doing. I could be dead.
By the way, Ruby, I just put some limiters on us so that we will not have any static. I just did it. Okay, so, all right. Well, let's find out who the friend is. Shall we?
Yeah, who's my bestie? Friend. Who's Davina's friend?
Sure.
Trusted individual.
Sure. So this is, your friend is a lover, family member, or other ally. So some sort of ally. What do we have? We have...
Tell me who.
Well, we'll find out. We have the Empress.
Oh.
Interesting.
That is interesting.
That is interesting. Okay, so let's see. The Empress. Oh, sorry. The Empress reversed.
Oh, reversed. Okay. Ooh. Oh, that's even more exciting.
Yes. All right. So who is this? The Empress reversed. Let me get my PDF here. The Empress reversed is an unhappy and selfish woman representing poverty and disruption in the home or social setting, indecision, wastefulness, sterility, bad luck.
Love it.
Okay, so this is the ally. Okay,
ally, friend, family member, lover, whatever you want.
I've got it.
Okay, give it to me.
An old woman locked in a tower.
Okay.
The Okay, wait. Work with me.
I'm working. I'm here. I'm here for it.
So when
I'm just gonna stroke my cat villainously.
Nice. Part of the whole thing with book 1 was like overthrowing the old bad order.
Yeah, sure.
Right? And the old bad order was this evil...
The OBO for short.
Yeah. OBO was run by this...
The oboe.
The oboe. An evil king type.
Sure.
And the evil king, there's a whole big hero quest, and like there were swords and laser butt guns and, the whole thing, right?
Yeah.
And big epic battle, right, between the protagonist, who's not Davina, and the king. There's a whole big thing, maybe like on a mountaintop, I don't know. But death, duel, killing, dead, yay, bad guys are dead. But the king's wife...
Oh.
Right? They would not kill the king's wife. Oh, Davina, I think, pled to spare the queen's life because Davina, especially back then, 16, 17, right?
Yeah.
Right? Was like, we should maybe just not be killing people randomly like this. Maybe Not the best.
Maybe we should not just murk everybody.
Right. And so and I think that it was like this moment of like, I think that was actually one of the moments when like, it's like, I think it's a really important moment because Davina went and like said that we should spare the lives of the queen consort and the children and like, you know what I mean? Like we need to make a better society than the one.
Whole line? We're better than them. They would murder
Yeah.
everybody. In the rebellion, why would we murder everyone? We're better than them.
We wouldn't do that, right? And so the queen consort was instead imprisoned in a tower. By the way, this is a high-tech tower made of metal and like laser lights.
Yeah, like force fields and stuff.
Force fields, absolutely. So I think what happens is that the queen consort is imprisoned in this tower, and Davina made sure that the queen consort was okay and like not tortured, not mistreated. And the queen consort, an unhappy and selfish woman representing poverty and disruption of the home or social setting, indecision, wastefulness, sterility, bad luck. She wasn't actually a passive, innocent victim in that pairing of between those two.
What? What do you mean? That's shocker.
Yeah. And I think that basically over the course of these 10 years, right, the imprisoned queen consort has been giving a lot of counsel to Davina.
Yes, well, because she's got a lot of experience ruling people, and I'm just a baby. I don't know.
Right, and I think that right, and so I think that the jailed queen consort has been like the parcel tongue, the kind of like devil on your shoulder,
the green worm tongue.
Yes, right. The worm tongue. Somebody who once had all of this power and it has lost it, right? And is bitter and angry, probably about a lot of things, but is still imprisoned, but is like both the source of why people think that Davina is so wonderful, right? Because you are so empathetic that you would spare even your enemies.
Yeah.
Publicly.
Yeah.
And I think publicly, and I think we will call her, I want like an M name. I want an M name. The queen consort. The deposed
Mariana?
Queen consort. Ooh, that's good. I like that. Mariana.
I was just looking at her picture and she looked like a Mariana.
Yeah. Mariana. The deposed queen consort. And witch.
Ooh.
We'll say sorceress.
Ooh, and sorceress. Ooh, shit got real.
Locked in the central force tower dungeon. Advisor and prisoner. Bitter. Bitter and on her way out. Right? You know what I mean? Like she's not young anymore. Right? But you now get to add details about. Like, what I've said is now true, but you get to add things about Mariana.
Okay.
The deposed queen consort.
I think this is it seems obvious. She's been secretly teaching Davina magic.
I'm going to say, if you don't mind, that magic is not looked upon well officially, right, by the society.
Yeah, that makes sense. Part of the old regime. The old regime used the old world used magic. The new world uses technology.
Yes. I agree. I feel like that technology is a little bit magical, but I think they would not say so.
Probably not.
I think they would probably not. Wouldn't be a good look, right? I think there's I think that the old society was very anti-magic.
Yes.
And that's right. And because I think that the old regime, the OBO, I think they were evil sorcerers and you know.
There's the king was like a warlock, like an evil warlock.
Yes.
A warlock warlord.
Yes, warlock warlord, absolutely. Warlock lord, absolutely was a warlock lord.
The warlock
and I think
lord?
his name was I think his name was Locke, right?
Locke.
Absolutely.
Locke the Warlock Lord.
Yeah, and evil, evil, evil. Anything else you would like to add about Mariana?
Secretly teaching Davina magic. Ooh, and trying to set Davina up with her son.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, because that just seems spicy. Now, whether Davina's interested in this or not, it remains to be seen. But this is what I think she's been doing during all those meetings Davina's been having with her that the author might not know about.
I'm going to say, though, that the son, the two children are in exile.
Ooh, yeah.
Right? Because I think that part of this was that, like, you have to, we will keep her, but the children are going to be sent off, right? So the son in exile. Okay.
Like, there's a faction that is like, maybe we should still have some magic. And she's like, you could unite the both factions if you just married my son out there in the wastelands.
Yeah, I agree with that. I like that very much. So now the question is,
I thought you would.
I do, but this also says some other things to me, and I'm going to probably add them when I get to right now for the third, who's the foe, the rival, the sworn enemy, or other opponent. And this foe is going to be the protagonist of the book, by the way. This is who the
yes.
Trilogy is named after.
The hero, heroine, whatever.
Exactly. And it is the Emperor. Oh. Emperor in reverse. Okay. So. Okay.
Okay, my first thing, I'm just going to tell you my thought. Because
please.
This is exciting. The bastard son of the late emperor, who doesn't use magic, who was in the first book. Or the magicless son of the empress and the warlock lord. So, he probably had a bunch of kids with a bunch of, if there's consorts, there's more than one. Maybe he was the good one, and it's like the poster child, like, I'm gonna uprule against my dad in the first book or something.
Okay, so
I'm just, you can use whatever you want. That's just the first thing that popped into my mind.
Yeah. I mean, I have some thoughts in there, right? That they do not conflict with what you have said.
I like how on the same page we are.
Oh yes, indeed. So on the same page. So
and he's reversed. Ooh.
Yes.
Oh no! What a protagonist to have.
Which I'm so excited about this. So the Empress typifies the feminine ruling power that provides order, creativity, and productivity to the world, but reversed, right? So the Emperor personifies mental reasoning, organization, stability, and tangible accomplishments. He represents the masculine principles of realization, action, and dominion, the ability of the human mind to carefully measure and determine the parameters of the complex situation and make the correct decision. In reverse...
It's so funny.
I know. An immature man who has poor self-control and can be unreasonable can denote weakness of character, loss of confidence and ambition, or failure to carry out ideas.
Based on this alone, I definitely know I was stalking you now. I'm like, why would you make this the protagonist when she's right there? You're villainous.
Because... like Joss Whedon, I think that the person who I think is like the best character, maybe other people don't think is the best character.
But now I know why I was stalking you. I was trying to be like, hey, listen.
Okay, so the protagonist, their name is going to be...
it's going to be something edgy. You know it has to be so edgy.
Or it has to be like... far too Gary Stu, right? It's got to be something like something that says like, how great are you? You know what I mean? But like that if you're like,
yes,
yeah, but also like I'm so great, but not the football jock, because I am clearly an author, so I was not a football jock in school. So like, who do I?
Yes,
right. It's got to be somebody like something like Sebastian, or
I was thinking Sebastian. What? How are we thinking the same name?
Okay, that's because I feel like we know each other. All right, Sebastian.
So weird.
Okay. All right, so Sebastian is the so this is what it is. Are you ready?
Yes, give it to me.
The evil emperor, the warlock lord, right, and the
Locke.
queen consort,
Ugh.
Locke, right? Locke and Mariana. They had a number of children.
Of course they did. You got to secure the line and make them fight for it. That's obvious.
Right?
Book 101.
Right. So here's the thing. Sebastian. I will note that the kids that were spared that lived in this place that is now Haven,
Yes.
were probably like, the boy was probably like 14, so like 2 years younger, right?
Yeah.
And there's probably like a girl who's like 12 at the time.
Yeah, of course.
Right? So Sebastian, though, Sebastian was the firstborn of the Loch Lord, but his mother was like the most purest, most wonderful person ever. Like,
and she was like a maid or something.
Yeah, no, she was like not a maid in terms of like a maid in the castle, but maid like Buttercup. Do you know what I mean? Like the maiden, like
yes,
like
she was a maiden in,
yes.
in the village, in the town.
Yes,
just so pure. Yeah. Oh
yes. Yeah. Pure maiden in the village, right?
And
the
then she
like,
had a kid, and everyone was like, "I thought you were a maiden, pure of heart. We were all wrong about you." But oh yes.
She suffered.
It's all the Loch Lord's fault. She suffered so much. His mother suffered
she did.
so much.
So much.
His pure, innocent mother.
And she basically, I think, left, right, to sort of keep Sebastian safe from the evil regime.
Yep.
And this, of course, Sebastian is our protagonist. And obviously. And so I think the mother and Sebastian, of course, this is all backstory for book one, escape like across the way to the other place. And there he's raised, and that's where he actually meets Davina because they
grew up together. Yeah.
They grew up together, as a matter of fact. And
are we betrothed because we grew up together and stuff?
Well, I think that you had been, is what I think.
Oh, we had been. Spicy.
Right? Yes. So I think that like Davina's family took in the mother
Buttercup.
Our Buttercup,
no, we gotta name her something different, like Violet.
But something along those lines. Violet, yes. Bastard of Locke and Violet the Maiden Fair.
Give me another flower name.
It does. I like Violet, right? Violet the Maiden Fair. And I think what happened was, right, Davina's from the family that took them in,
like the next county over or something, far enough away that Loch Lord couldn't find them. Yeah.
I think it would be like I think it has to be in Bachelor Block About Fair. Like the wilds, right?
Ooh,
I think it's sort of like maybe like the Raiders
hidden village.
Yeah, like
because there's always a hidden village.
Yeah, but I also think it's kind of interesting for the idea that they are they were like, because I think this would get a fractured place where I think that this emperor and the queen consort, it's not like they control the entire land, because I think there's a lot of like right. So I think this is like a village of like, okay, just hear me out. What I'm going to say is not right.
Scavengers.
Yeah, but I think also like warrior monks that kind of like,
ooh, because you gotta get to the tech to scavenge it from the old civilization, which means fighting your way through the terrible wastelands. So they're like tech monks. Oh,
tech monks, right?
Tech warrior monks.
These are tech monk scholars, right? Like they tech monk warrior scholars, right? And I think. Sebastian was very young, right at the time, right?
So young, so innocent.
And and so I think Sebastian and Davina grew up together. And Davina, of course, knows the ways, probably around like, I don't know, 8 or 9, because that'll be cute for the beginning of the book, and then we skip forward.
Yes.
Right. Like they teach the ways. And of course, because I'm also writing it, Davina doesn't get as much screen time, is a little bit what's the word? Uh when you're like, oh, you're this amazing badass female character who's just there to like teach the protagonist stuff.
Yes.
Yeah,
You're just there to teach the protagonist stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. And
we can't have you being too badass now, can we? No.
Right, and to be a love interest, right? And so so I think right, so Sebastian comes from this place, goes off
to be
in book one.
The first love interest that he's totally gonna outgrow because he finds like the real love interest later.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah. And so they grow up together.
One of those books
right?
where they introduce the second female lead first before the first female lead, like the secondary lead. Yeah.
Yeah. But the thing is, if you were reading carefully, you would know that Davina was never like OTP end goals because she's a brunette.
Yeah. Oh,
so,
yeah, that'll do
sorry.
it. That'll do it. Of course, the female lead's a blonde.
Yes.
Yes.
So Sebastian and Davina grew up together.
Hair. It's one of the two.
Or has pink hair. One of the two.
Yes.
Maybe both. Maybe a little bit of both. And they grew up together, very strong. And through the process of the hero's journey, right, Sebastian with Davina by his side as a sidekick, are able to like become strong. And there's like a crew of them, and they go and like the big part of the end of the book is that there's a big battle between Sebastian and his father, and it was a big duel, and I don't know, it all works out. But it all works out, and I think Sebastian is I think that because it's 10 years later, right? It's like it's like
and my parents have died. It's very sad.
Very
for
sad.
Davina, he doesn't. Sebastian doesn't care, but
of course he cares, But I don't care.
It's mentioned in one line in passing. It's like, oh, so sad that they died. The funeral is beautiful. The end.
They died in the big battle because there's like a big epic battle.
Yep.
Right, with the word monks coming in, right, and all that good stuff. It's like it's great. Like they show up and they're riding their like tech horses and stun batons. It's amazing.
Stun baton bow staff.
Yes, absolutely. It's the fight between like technology and magic. Stun chucks. The stun chucks. That's exactly right. The stun chucks. And I think where we're at right now for this is that Sebastian, there is a council. There's a leadership council in Haven. And it is Sebastian, Davina. It's basically the PC party. If this were like the PCs all leveled up, and now they're on the council, the leadership council. And I think that technically Sebastian is the head of the council.
Technically, yes.
Right? Sebastian has this great job.
Because he did really well in battle.
Yeah. Yes, he did.
He's a terror on the battlefield.
Yes, but he also has like great hair and like a chin that would like puncture things. Just all that,
Sharp jawline.
Sharp jawline. So I think that there's this like council of friends that we've all really been invested in from book one. Although some people might have been more invested in some of those people than others, Sebastian. And so, right. So I'm thinking it's like, it is Sebastian, it is Davina, it is the blonde, the new love interest, right? Who, and the blonde love interest is actually from Haven, right?
Of course she is. Yes.
Right. Because, could we really see Sebastian settling down with like a barbarian warrior Tech-Monk from the outside? Probably not. It's like it's like I don't know. It's like the idea that you have to come home to the person from like the beginning, right? You know what I mean? Like there's like that. Yeah. So there's like this blonde, and whose name is something like Grace, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. I need to also have my notes in here somewhere. Yeah. Let me just grab my extra notes. And there we go. We're gonna go with Grace. So the council, it's got to be like a council. We've got Sebastian the council. We've got Davina, the brunette. So sorry for you. We've
Yep.
got Grace on the council, which is the blonde. And I have to make this tropey just in the right way. Oh, Pope says Grace Sparrowhawk, and that is exactly her name. Grace Sparrowhawk, 100%.
Absolutely.
Right, absolutely. Yeah. And Grace Sparrowhawk, what's so great about her is that she doesn't use magic, even though she's from the magical place of Haven. She has rejected it. She actually is like she does medicine. She's like a nurse.
Of course she does medicine. Yeah.
Yeah. But she's also lightly nerdy, but like in a way, just in the way that will
But not too smart.
No. But she's like she's not like other girls. She's like a nerdy nurse.
No. Yeah, she's definitely not like other girls.
But she also totally like other girls. But just like she has.
But she's so not.
Yeah, but she's so not. So it's going to be Sebastian, Davina, Grace Sparrowhawk, and you've got to have the big dumb one. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
His name's got to be like one syllable.
Yeah, one syllable. Godwin? Or I want something kind of Germanic, maybe.
Okay.
So, something a little Conan, a little Crom, a little like Thad, says Valtiel. I like that one. Thad?
Thad, yes. Thad.
Yeah, Thad's good. And Thad
it's short
is
for like Thaddeus, but he never goes by everyone calls him Thad.
Yeah, and he was like a blacksmith or something, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, and I just have to say for the record,
he's also quiet. He's quiet.
He's quiet. He's big, right? Quiet and shy.
He also has a big fandom following.
Big fandom following, absolutely.
But even though he has probably the least amount of lines in all the council and things.
Yes. I also think that all the main people are actually from Haven, and Davina's like the exotic outsider that we just did on the
Yes.
Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like, let's bring in the cool warrior Tech-Monk.
She was there for the plot development. That was it. And then but the author could find a way to write her out in book 1.
Yeah. I think maybe fandom was a little bit too big, right? And maybe there was I don't know, maybe there's a famous actor in Hollywood might be interested in playing Davina, right? So I couldn't get rid of Davina right away.
So you can't get rid of her in book 2, so you have to keep her to book 3 maybe, or kill
well,
her
I might be able to get rid of her in book 2. I couldn't get rid of her in book 1, but that's okay.
Get rid of book 1. Yeah.
I also think there's also kind of a radical idea, personality shift that I'm writing into Davina between book 1 and book 2. That I think that there's really no indication that Davina would be a bad guy at all in book 1, and I think I've just decided for some reason.
No, and you're like, how is she more popular than the protagonist? No, we have to change this. Personality shift. Book 2, let's go.
Yeah, I think that people were shipping Davina and Sebastian maybe, and I was like, I didn't like it, and so I just feel like
I'm here for it.
Some character assassination on this character real fast, and the Sebastian Thad ships are very, very, very hot. Absolutely,
so many Sebastian Thad ships. Yeah.
And so we need to have 5 because that's a good PC
party. And you're okay with that
so
because he's from Haven?
Yeah, absolutely, right. Okay. So we have Sebastian, who's basically our fighter type, right? Yes, although actually, if I'm going to be really that way, he's probably
more
also
rogue.
He's like a ranger. You know what I mean?
Oh, yes. Oh, of course. Yeah.
Davina is an afterthought, but Davina is sort of like I think Davina was sort of like a monk, right? Like a good monk type.
She's a techno-monk, yeah.
She's a techno-monk, right?
Techno-monk.
Grace is your cleric, right? Grace is your cleric.
Obviously. Yes.
Thad is your barbarian.
So Davina technically kind of your artificer.
Yes, right? Yeah. Right? So Davina's like your artificer. Thad is your artificer monk, and Thad is your warrior. Now you should need to have a magic user, but this is anti-magic.
Yes.
So
yes,
we actually need to have, but we need to have
that's why
Davina
was there, because you needed someone with some tech. So that was why the artificer was there, because you can't have a wizard, so you have to have an artificer.
Yep. That's what it is. but so we need our fifth. We need like our
Big book
nerd
nerd.
boy.
Big
Yeah,
nerd boy. Scrawny
yeah. We
nerd
need
boy. Maybe even
scrawny nerd boy is what we need.
a roguey nerd boy. Like a little sneaky.
Yeah, yeah. A little sneaky, a little nerdy. Oh, and
Jace.
Jace is exactly his name, and I'm going to tell you this
Big
because
glasses.
yes,
Very dark clothing. Needs
yes,
to get out in the sun more. But
yes,
either works
yep.
at night. Maybe
And
he has
here's the
some books he
thing.
shouldn't have, but doesn't say.
Yeah, here's the thing about. Are you ready? I don't mean.
Does he study magic so that he knows how to defeat it, but really he just
Yes.
likes to study everything?
Yes. Yep. Also, here's the thing. He is written to become like the charming rogue, but I can't let him be too charming because Sebastian has to be the lead.
Sebastian has to be the lead. Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
Absolutely. He's the bookish rogue.
He's the bookish rogue, but also, and this is gonna be so bad, and I understand that it's bad, but maybe I don't like myself very much. He's also from a different kind of othered place, right?
Oh, yeah.
If Davina is from like the warrior Tech-Monk barbarian people, right?
Yeah.
He's got to be from like the mysterious west or the mysterious north
or like the underground.
The underground, the mountain, like the far away, right?
Oh, yeah.
He wears a cloak.
There's always like a cold north, so maybe he should be
Yeah,
from like the north, where it's too cold for monsters and it's just survival.
Yeah. But I want him to but he's also kind of urban, right? So like he wears a cloak.
Oh, the frozen northern library.
The frozen northern library that nobody knows what happens there.
Yeah, because it's so arduous to get there. Like nobody comes or goes from it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and by the way,
people thought it had been lost to time, and then Jace showed up, and they're like, "Oh, apparently it's still a thing."
And by the way, I just want you to know this in case you don't know this. It's
in book 3, they're gonna have to make like the journey there.
Yes.
For some reason,
And,
yeah. That's why he's showing up here in book 2.
Yeah. Well, he was in book 1 because he was part of the
near the
group.
end.
But near the end. But here's the thing. Are you ready? I'm really clever.
Mm-hmm.
This is a spoiler. Nobody knows this yet. I haven't really released it.
Oh.
But the Great Frozen North Library, right? It's actually the Library of Congress. You don't know that, but it's actually the Library of Congress. I know. I'm very clever. It's like a twist.
You're so clever.
I know. I am.
My bet was on Library of Alexandria, but
it's just the Library of Congress. You're gonna see like a statue of like Lincoln, but that's for book 3. Don't worry about it.
Wow.
I'm so clever. So then we have Jace, right?
Yeah.
Now they're all in the council because
some people ship
they were
Davina and Jace because they're both the others.
Yes, absolutely. Mm-hmm. So that's our council, and Sebastian is the head of the council.
Absolutely.
But I really feel like a lot of people thought of Davina as like the heart of the council in certain ways, and I don't think I like that as an author. But no.
Why would you?
So that's
she's the villain of this book.
Well, she wasn't the villain of book 1, but she is the villain of book 2. I've decided
she's too popular.
She's
too popular. We gotta kill her off.
Character assassinate. There's too much shipping. I don't like it. Brunette, right? I mean, brunettes can't be love interests.
No.
Bad times.
Bad times.
So I want you to think about every single kind of self-insert annoying trope that you get for a protagonist, and Sebastian has them. Like, he's smarter than everybody, but he's not arrogant. He's not the popular guy, but he's actually super popular because he's so cool. But he's like not cool in like a leather jacket Fonzie way, but like everything, right? Like he's smart.
He doesn't know how popular he is because he's so humble.
He has no idea. He's so humble, and he's the best leader, and everybody loves him.
I'm just looking at this card, an immature man who has poor self-control and can be unreasonable. Weakness of character, loss of confidence, ambition, and failure to carry out ideas. I'm just noticing that that's his card.
Yeah. And so for me, what this means
is... He's so noble.
So those of you, so that you know who know, those of you who don't. I hated the character of, what's his face in Buffy? Xander. Hated Xander. And it was very clear to me that Joss Whedon loved Xander and thought Xander was like cool. And I did not think that Xander was cool. I thought that Xander was really annoying. And what was super annoying about Xander was that the author did not realize how annoying Xander was and thought that Xander was cool. And I was like, oh, this is bad. And so I think this is the thing, right? That Sebastian I think that Sebastian, and he's written to be so great, but if you were like a different kind of reader, maybe a Stalker fan, I don't know, maybe you're like, he has poor self-control. I'm like, no, he's a man of action, right? Like, man of action means poor self-control. And holds to his values, i.e. he's unreasonable, right? Like, he would never be dishonorable to do X, Y, or Z, and you're like, that doesn't seem reasonable. So I think there's a lot of choices that you might get in some of those in the novel that, if you are in my mindset, I'm like, oh, he's noble. He will not break his code of honor. He's a man of action.
Yeah.
But I also think that I feel like I'm kind of trying to be progressive, that like wielding power is bad. And so he just doesn't make a lot of choices sometimes, because that would be bad. Right. So I think there's a lot of sometimes maybe not actually taking responsibility and doing stuff. Right. Yeah. So I think there's that. But now you get to add to our Sebastian.
Oh, I mean, I don't think I need to put in kind of a dick, because I think that's a given. What to add to Sebastian? So, he's a playa. He leads all the girls on, and some of the boys too. He leads everybody on.
Okay.
One of these days, it's going to come back to bite him.
Now, I'm going to sort of adjust that, if you would allow.
Yes?
He doesn't know that he's a player, though. You know?
Well, no, because that would require any sense of self-awareness.
See, he is not very self-aware, is what I'm trying to tell you.
He's not self-aware. But I think, I don't think it gets written in the book, but I think he's spent a lot of time with a lot of ladies. Because there's so much that happens that's not written. Because you don't write down every bathroom break. You don't write about what he does every single night. And maybe the answer is a lot of broken hearts.
Well, what it is that basically he's so great that everybody throws themselves at him, but he doesn't even realize he doesn't know he's beautiful.
He doesn't know he's beautiful. Yeah, I think he's kind of a player. I think. Yeah. And if he doesn't get attention, he starts to think something's wrong with that person.
I'm going to just add here, he's an accidental player, zero self-awareness.
Self-awareness, yes.
No, I'm sorry, let me quote Pope. Zero reflection is what Pope says. Zero reflection.
Yes, harem protagonist. Absolutely. Harem protagonist. His OTP, like, he's obviously going to end up with Grace as his wife, but obviously consorts have been a thing, and who's to say they haven't abolished that? Maybe all the other females in book 3 are going to throw themselves at him. Like, well, make me your consort at least. Make me. I'll always help you, Sebastian.
Oh, there's so many women in this book this happens all the time. A zero reflection, harem protagonist. And what is it that there was a thing. It was he's the harem protagonist is really good from those VNs where he's like, all these women are just throwing themselves at me, like as a reader, like, why would they?
He's just doing his best to make all the young maidens happy. Yeah. He's just doing his best.
Poor boundaries.
Poor boundaries.
Poor boundaries. I was wrong.
He just doesn't understand when someone doesn't like him.
Yeah. We're gonna say. I want to say, like, needs a lot of attention.
Absolutely. Yes.
That's me. That's me interpreting what you said, right?
That's exactly it. That's a good way to summarize it in a few words. Needs a lot of attention. Yeah.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah. There we go. But of course, it's not that he needs a lot of attention. It's just that, he's the protagonist.
He's the protagonist. Yeah. Sure. Keep telling yourself that, Sebastian.
Yeah. Okay, so it says, right, that each of these the path of each character is not set in stone. They might meander from their roles or break free of them entirely, but the author may try to write them back on course. I have some goals for this book 2. It's going to get me a movie deal. It's going to be really good.
It's going to be a movie deal. Movie deal or TV series?
I mean, I don't know. I just want to be famous and rich and have everybody love me. It's fine. Don't worry about it. So, it's fine. we must now begin.
Yes.
And before we begin, though, there has to be a message.
Okay.
A message from the author to start off the game.
Of course, of course.
So this is going to be our last moment. Where was it? I want to actually read it out to you so that we have it. By the way, chapter 5, the end is when you get to have your moment of vengeance, which I don't know why you would want to. That makes no sense to me. That's weird. I just think that's kind of odd, but that's fine. But we have an author's note.
It might not be vengeance. It could just be I say my piece.
Yeah, it's fine, I guess, but I still don't know why.
Act without mercy, who knows? I'm only a stalker in real life.
Yeah. So before the story begins,
yes.
The author leaves you a message, and we're gonna draw the major arcana, determine the nature of the message.
I'm excited.
But I'm going to read exactly what it says here because this does matter, right?
Yes.
Before the story began, the author left you a message.
Oh.
Stalker fan. Draw a card from the major arcana to determine the nature of this message. What did the message convey? What was your first impression of the message? And we will shuffle it back in. So, the message that you got from the author was the Fool.
Oh, that's
exciting. And the Fool, not in reverse.
Oh.
So, if you don't mind, this is your job.
Oh, okay.
You need to say what the message that you got from the author. And please note, whenever you get an author's message, I may not realize I did it. It may have been subconscious, may have been conscious.
Okay.
It doesn't mean that it sometimes I'm doing it directly, but sometimes I didn't, you know what I mean? Like, what was your first, so the question that you have to think of when you're thinking about the Fool is this message sent to you by the author that you might have made up in your mind because you're a stalker fan. I don't know. It's not, it has to be
definitely made up in my mind or a stalker fan.
What is the nature of this message? What does the message convey? And what is your first impression of the author? Now, please note, in this game, I'm going to be telling you a whole lot about who you are and what you do, what you think, and what you feel, whether you like it or not. Yeah. And this is when you get to see who I am. Please, go ahead.
Well, I'm going to read the meaning of the Fool first.
Please do.
The upright Fool portrays the creative mind and open heart of the mature seeker who has attained a high degree of consciousness. A time of being in touch with the prompting of the higher mind, following inner guidance and making decisions, can indicate reaching the next level of cosmic consciousness or cosmic forces taking a hand in the seeker's life situations. An important aspect is the application of higher consciousness to light. Well, based on that, and what I've learned from book 1 is that you brought in a lot of really...
Wait. You really want to get that? Was it the meaning? Portrays an open and highly imaginative mind, yet suggests vulnerability?
Yes.
Due to immaturity, naivete, and unrealistic ideals. As a card of events can indicate an important choice and the need for caution, inner guidance, and the wisdom of decision. So, an open and highly imaginative mind, yet suggests vulnerability due to immaturity, naivete, and unrealistic ideals. Please go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at the Fool Omega. I didn't realize there's 2 Fools in this thing. There's a Fool Alpha and the Fool Omega. I was looking at the wrong one. So yes, let me reread that then. I did not realize if we were using Alpha or Omega.
It seems like the same image.
It is the same image.
Yeah.
I didn't know. Well, I did Control F4 when it brought me to Omega first. So let me reread that.
Oh.
Because I had a different message based on what I needed.
Oh, please. Okay. Please.
Portrays an open and highly imaginative mind, yet suggests vulnerability due to immaturity, naivete, and unrealistic ideas. When you were reading this, I was looking like, where is this? Where are we on the same page?
Right.
And unrealistic ideals. As a card of events can indicate an important choice and the need for caution, inner guidance, and wisdom and decision. Oh, you poor author were lost in the sauce. You were just begging for someone to guide you for book 2 on how these characters should progress. You have a highly imaginative mind, but you're vulnerable, immature, and naive. And so you need guidance, caution, and wisdom and decision making, and I am your stalker here to provide that for you. I've seen your desperate cry of help, and your tweets, and on your blog. No, you have a blog. On your blog, I've seen you doing your teasers, and I can tell that you just don't know where to take some of these characters. Some of the actually really good characters of the book, like the characters that really matter in the book, and so I'm taking that as my cue to help guide you onto the right path. So that's why I started stalking you.
So the message I conveyed to you before we got to this book was that I needed guidance?
A cry for help, yes. Lost in the sauce and needed guidance.
And what was your first impression?
That,
Of me?
Of you? That maybe you're not a great judge of character. And that you needed guidance to see who the best characters in your book actually were, or like needed guidance on how to make your protagonist grow, because it seemed a little stagnant. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah.
Interesting.
You were a little too engrossed in your protagonist, and you needed to let your actually good and wise, smart characters guide him a little bit more.
Okay, I'm a bit too. Do you say wrapped up in my? Wrapped up
Lost in the sauce.
Certain characters, you said.
Yes, a little too wrapped up, a little too obsessed, maybe, with your protagonist.
Okay,
I'm gonna just note that with you in your book. I'm not saying I'm projecting, but yeah.
All right.
You need guidance. You're just a fool in need of guidance.
That's the message that I sent you. That I did not realize that I did, obviously.
And so I started stalking you, and then Truck Coon's taken over from there.
I feel like there's some other stuff going on, but that's fine. We'll find out.
I wouldn't worry about it.
I wouldn't worry about it. Each scene there are 5 acts, and each act has 3 scenes, except for the last one. And we're going to start with Act 1, the prologue. Oh, speaking of which, I've got to take the fool back, pardon me. I have to put the fool... I think I just delete it, is I think how we'll go back to the deck.
Interesting.
That one goes back, right? Yeah. Cancel. And let me shuffle. The fool, it says, goes back into the deck. Okay, so there are 4 chapters, 5 chapters. Each has 3 scenes, except for the final one, which only has 1. Because it's not really a chapter. It's a whole different thing. It's it is what it is. And for each scene, we do a different deck in a different order in the minor arcana: Pentacles, Swords, Cups, and Wands. So at the beginning of each scene, draw the cards face down. So we need Pentacles. Let me get the Pentacles up there. I did a lot of exciting work. And let me shuffle. Pentacles. This is going to be the 3 cards for our scene.
Okay.
These are 3 scenes in our prologue. We have 3 scenes in our first chapter, the prologue. There are prompts for these, and these are different. These are little different bits of this first part of the book. So at the beginning of each scene, I'll turn over the card to reveal its prompt, which will be different depending whether or not it's upright or reversed. And then at the end of the chapter, you get to decide what weird interpretations you have about my messages. And, it's fine. And I also... don't worry about it. The prologue of this book, which is things like Iron Fist, Velvet Glove, the Sebastian Chronicles, or whatever it is that we've got going on here. It's fine. It's fine. I wouldn't even worry about it. I think it's great. Yeah.
The Technocracy Chronicles or something, because
the Technocracy Chronicle. Yeah, it's because
it's about a council, totally not just Sebastian. Totally.
Right. Yeah. Totally. Yeah. That's right. So I'm going to reveal this first card. Let me flip it. It is the 5 of Pentacles, and it's the 5 of Pentacles in reverse. Which the Pentacles I have been able to put the tooltips on, but I have not been able to put the tooltips on for the other ones. I'm so sorry. but this is your involvement in a crime endangers a loved one.
Oh. Oh,
Okay,
dear.
so now, this is what I'm going to say. This is important for you audience members to know. If you can see my little tooltip, you can't see it very close, but you can see it. There's the upright meaning, which is your involvement in a crime paints a target on your back. And then there's the reverse meaning, which is the involvement in a crime endangers a loved one. And some of those bits are in all capital letters. Lindy, as a player, or this stalker fan who's in my book without my permission, has in any given chapter can at one point in time reverse a card. That if it is reversed, they can make it upright or vice versa. Or at one point in time, once they can use their defiance, which is they can take that thing that's in all caps and just change it to be whatever they want. So right now it says your involvement in a crime endangers a loved one, but they could just defy and make that something else entirely. And right. And before I start dictating how this scene is going to go, I need to know if you want to use your reversal or defiance.
That's a good question.
I will note, this is important for the audience to know.
Yes.
If you do not use a reversal or defiance, I have no idea that you're doing anything weird to my book. I'm not alerted, but the minute you do, I know something weird is happening with my book. So you, at the moment, I'm not aware of your shenanigans. And so I'm not going to be doing anything
If it was
ridiculous
any
against you.
other pentacle other than that one, because I can't be involved in a crime. Although it said involvement. That didn't say I was a perpetrator. I could have been the victim of a crime.
Yeah, I get to decide though. And
I know, you know, which means I'm going to be the one doing the crime because I'm the villain.
That is correct. That is correct.
So I think I didn't want to be defiant right off the bat, but I think I have to be defiant.
I have an X up there in the upper right corner of that spot.
Yeah, I can't move those.
You can't? Oh, well, Let me make sure that you can. Here, hold on. Controlled by all players. I'm just going to save that so you can. Can you move all the other stuff, by the way?
Yeah, I can move the cards and the tokens.
Okay.
Yeah, just not the X's.
Great. Perfect.
I can move
I'll fix that
these
as we
ones
go.
now.
Great. Perfect.
I gotta open with an act of defiance because I'm the best character in this book. I'm not a villain.
Oh, that's interesting that you think that.
I just don't think I should be character assassinated. So, I can change. Oh wait, no. Hold on. I can only change the underlined part.
That is correct. So your involvement in a crime is going to happen in our
Never mind.
prologue.
Then let's endanger that loved one. I wanted to change that I was involved with the crime. Let's endanger the loved one. Let's go.
By the way, you might notice that there's a second card underneath. And that card will be what I draw if you start messing with my story. It's about my reaction to that.
I allow, if I flipped it, it would paint a target on my back, and I'd rather endanger your loved one than paint a target on my back right now if I'm going to survive this. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, loved one, but I can't. I'm involved in crime no matter what. So. Yeah.
Okay. So this is the prologue for our novel.
Yes. Let's see how the author sets the tone, because I don't necessarily know how you're going to write Act 2. So I'm like, let's see. Maybe you'll turn things around for Davina. I'm ready to be disappointed.
You will be. Don't worry about it though. So, this is the story of the Technocracy Chronicles. Book 2, Iron Fist Velvet Glove. It's 10 years after Book 1. Our young protagonist, Sebastian, and friends are now... They were once they were 16 or 17 in the youth, but now they are 26 and 27. And because he is so great, Sebastian, the group, they have been made the leaders of Haven. And over the course of the last 10 years, they have brought to Haven peace and prosperity. They have made Haven a place that is the envy of the world. That is, and it's called the place is called Earth, but I'm going to spell it URTH.
E.
U-E. Yes, Earth. Yes, that's how we're spelling it.
URTHE, Earth.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm gonna have to write that down. URTHE, Earth.
Yeah.
It's the planet Earth. And in the last 10 years, our protagonists, while in their benevolence and wisdom leading Haven to an era of new technological heights, safety and peace. In that time period, Sebastian, I know you care about Sebastian, has long gone off outside of the walls of Haven in order to defeat the marauders, the terrible arcane marauders. On his
terrible.
trusty motorcycle,
Ooh.
his like hover motorcycle.
I was gonna say, it should be a hover cycle because
It's a hover
that's
cycle.
cooler. Yeah.
Yeah. And he has like a sort of techno lance or whatever, right? Various parts of time he goes off into the wilds to defend Haven, and Gray Sparrowhawk often accompanies him to get food for the people. And all the people have their own things that they do well, the things they do for Haven. But we start book 2 in a place of peace, prosperity, but something is not right in the great and peaceful land of Haven.
What?
In Haven, in the Scholar's Tower, Haven has 7 towers.
Yes.
Right? It has 7 great towers. What, of course, is our prison tower, right? But we also have the Scholar's Tower. And the Scholar's Tower has in it the Great Library of Haven, but also from before Haven was liberated, when it was called Dark Haven, because I'm very creative with my names.
Yes, yes.
It was called Dark Haven, but now it's called, of course, just Haven. It's very good. And in this Scholar's Tower, they have not only all of the greatest books about old world technology and new world technology. Oh, I think I should just say this for the record, that the apocalypse happened a couple, like 1,000 or 2 years from our future. So it wasn't like it happened now. So like the world that we lived in was actually way more technologically advanced, and then there was an apocalypse. And now we're post that apocalypse. So we get to have all of the really cool technology like hover bikes. So there's like this, it's the space of like all of the great tomes of technology, but also, Hawkeye says, "Welcome to beautiful downtown Just Haven." Yes, our current Haven is Just Haven. Is what it's called now. It is Just Haven, absolutely. But this Scholar's Tower not only holds all of the tomes of the great technology, and as a matter of fact, one of the things that Jace does is he goes out into the world and scavenges new books and brings them in, of course.
He's
and
good
floppy
with
disks.
traps and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, and books, because he's a nerd.
What a nerd. Big glasses.
What a nerd. Big glasses. But this Scholar's Tower also holds, locked away, the forbidden arcane tomes of the old Lord and Lady Locks, which sounds like Lady Lumps from that song by the Black Eyed Peas. I don't mean that. I mean like the evil bad magic, right? That's not rational. See, here's the thing. Our protects are all rational. They're not irrational like magic. I have to tell you, in the evil Dark Haven, all women had magical powers because magic has a kind of like a feminine cast, and it's also evil. Anyway, so just so you know, what happens is that these secret tomes are locked away, and late at night, we see a figure, we don't know who it is, in a cloak, and that cloak hands a message, instructions, to a young man who is, by the way, the younger brother of Davina.
Oh, younger bro. Little bro.
Mm-hmm. Little bro.
His name's like
young
David.
David. Yes.
David and Davina.
David.
Yeah.
Yes. And David, by the way, was like, if the protagonists were like 16 or 17 in book 1, David was like 10 and adorable.
Yeah. No, he's like 20.
Yeah. Yeah. And he's like a member of the guard, right? And some mysterious figure, hooded, gives young David a note. And we see young David, because you do not intervene, so I guess to tell you what happens. We see young David sneak across the town of Just Haven late at night. He walks up to one of the guards and he says, "Oh, I've got some business in the tower. I was given some instructions by Sebastian to pick up some things." And of course they let him through.
Of course they do. Anything for
He
Sebastian.
goes up, of course. And he goes up to the top of this tower and he sneaks into the secret arcane area. And he steals some of the darkest necromantic knowledge books ever. He pulls them into his bag and he leaves again. And as he walks out, he says, "Oh, thank you very much. That's a good night. I've got these books on maintenance of hover bikes to get to Sebastian." And with that, young David leaves. But one of the guards, a buxom lass, super gorgeous, redheaded, probably.
Oh, of course. I was going to say, she has to be redhead.
Redhead.
He's also brunette?
Yeah, obviously, right? Redhead who has a big crush on Sebastian, because I mean, most people do, to be honest, decides to just go around and just double check the tower. And she, late at night, sees that someone has broken in to the arcane wing of the library. This, she thinks, is too dangerous, and she immediately calls the guard, and it doesn't take too long before they put 2 and 2 together, and David is arrested by the guard and thrown into chains and shackles in the prisoner's tower. But this, of course, puts us a dark cloud over our hero Sebastian, and of course also Davina, because it's her brother, who I'm sure she's quite sad about it. And now, our team. Oh, do you mind if I'm going to be just really bad to you?
Please, do it.
Yeah. Our team Sebastian decides he must go and question David to make sure, to find out what happened, especially since people are talking that he did it. And when he gets to the cell, David has been murdered. The only person who might shed light on who it was that asked him to steal those books and where the books went, where they went, who did it. The only person that might be able to clear Sebastian, our protagonist's name, was David, who, it turns out, is found dead in his cell.
Oh,
dun,
no.
oh, dun, dun, dun.
Done.
So
That's terrible.
yeah, that is going to be our first scene, where we have David, Davina's younger brother, and sort of like what would you call it, like sidekick, like, people that we like in book 1.
Yeah.
Right? Shows up and steals these books, from somebody. But I think it's really important that the audience doesn't know who did it, and they think that maybe it is Sebastian, but it couldn't be Sebastian because he's so great.
Yeah.
Right, but we're going to establish, let me grab this, in scene 1.
Yep.
here we go. The theft of the evil
The evil tome of
necromantic,
evil.
the evil tome of death,
Yes.
by David the Younger, and the implication of Sebastian. And I just would like to point out that we do have to sort of wonder, like, what's up with everybody else. And I will say that, because I get to be in charge, that Davina is just desperately sad at the death of her brother, at least at this moment in the scene, and she's weeping and she's so sad. And
my younger brother, the only family I had left in this world, because my parents are dead too.
oh yes, and as a matter of fact, yes, this sorrow, this desperate mourning happens right before Sebastian was about to ask Grace Sparrowhawk out on a date. Finally, he was going to ask her on a date.
Finally going to ask her out on a date.
Right? But he couldn't because of the death of the brother, leaving Davina just beside herself. And so, of course, Sebastian had to comfort her and couldn't ask Grace Sparrowhawk out on a date.
Oh, yeah. Because he's such a gentleman. He has to give a lady a shoulder to cry on.
Absolutely. And I just want to really make sure it's very clear that the wonderful, beautiful, awesome Grace is left alone and sad, but she, being so gracious, accepts that Sebastian has to comfort his friends. But I do linger a little bit on how sad it is for Grace to be left alone.
My only family in this world.
Yes.
Yeah.
Scene 2 in this act.
Yep.
The 9 of Pentacles.
Oh.
Not reversed.
Yes.
So after being betrayed, you find yourself unable to trust others, or reversed, after being betrayed, again, you find yourself wrongfully accused. So this is
juicy.
Upright.
That's an exciting one after that. Sounds like David betrayed me.
Oh,
wait. I don't think it was David. I think it was Mariana. I think she asked David to get the evil tome of evil.
Yeah,
evil tome of death.
You would need to do a reversal or a defiance there, really, because I'm going to make this bad for you. Because I'm all about character assassination all day long. Is what I'm trying to tell you.
All day long.
Yeah. So, So, would you like to reverse or defy this? You have both at the moment.
I will reverse.
Reversal gives you the other one, and defiance gives you the ability to rewrite what's ever underlined or capitalized to whatever you want.
Yes.
What would you like to do, my friend?
Oh, if I reverse, I don't get any say into how it's interpreted.
That is correct.
Then I think I really like each prompt, the thing. I just know how I would want to interpret it. So I think I'm going to defiance this. And I can write whatever I want.
That is correct.
Now, when I write whatever I want, do I get to determine how it's interpreted, or do you have to?
Well, you rewrite it to be whatever you want, right? And then I'm going to have to respond to that, right? So
okay, that's what the second card is for, right?
Yes, that is correct.
So I get to say what happens with this first card, basically.
Yes, yeah. I'll give you a setup.
Okay.
And then you'll just have to take over, right?
Sure. So I think we're gonna leave it.
Go ahead.
Upright. After being betrayed, I find myself having to turn in my friend Mariana.
Oh.
Because she got my brother
Okay.
killed.
Yeah.
She got my brother killed. I
Okay.
find out that she was the one who asked my brother to go get these tomes. And so I have to turn her in. I have to my benevolence was used against me to continue to scheme, so I have to turn her in because I'm just so distraught about my brother's death. It's what any good leader of Just Haven would do. So yeah,
Okay.
I find myself having to turn in my closest friend because she initiated the book stealing, or at least had involvement in it. I don't know if she was the
I
ultimate.
need you. So here's the
Yeah.
thing. This is how this works. I need you to
Yeah.
write it down because I have to get to say how this scene plays out, but I cannot contradict what you write down. But I will be taking a major arcana
Okay.
card to figure out how I can twist this.
What font are we using? I guess I can't select the font. I can't.
Wait. It's caution script.
Caution script. Okay.
Yeah. I wish I could make you an author on that one.
Yeah, no. I don't have caution script,
okay.
so I'm going to use a different
Are
one.
you sure?
A little bit.
It's KAU.
Oh,
it's one of the defaults. Yeah,
Nope,
it's spelled caution in a weird way.
I don't have it. It must be a Mac thing.
Really? I don't.
Yeah,
I feel like it's supposed to be a roll 20. I see
Ariel
caution was the last
Patrick
one.
Contrail. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. No, it had like a little scrolly thing. I've never seen that before. It must be something. No, okay, we'll use this. We'll do this. I'm going to use a different color so that we know it's my interference.
Absolutely.
We're going to use this one. I think this will be, make it bigger. 18. That's way too small.
What do I have? I have 40 is what I have.
I just put it to 40. Okay. Use red because I'm the villain. Okay.
So,
do you want me to just write the whole thing, or do you want me to just change the underlined part?
give me the underlined part, because here's the thing. I cannot contradict what you've written, but I can make your life miserable. Okay, as you're writing, I'm going to give a setup, and then you can take over, and then I will pull that Arcana card to see how I can mess with it. The heroes, of course, decide to do an investigation, led by Sebastian, even though he has a cloud of suspicion over him. We have like an interesting montage of everybody asking people, looking to see who they can find out. And there is like, if you could speak with the dead, you could find out what David knew. No, you cannot speak with the dead. And Sebastian says, no, we will never use the evil magic to find out this information. We'll do it the honorable way, says our Sebastian. And I think that Jace is able to use his skills, and he's able to learn that David was given instructions from somebody that is attached to the prisoner's tower, right? That somebody within somebody, like, of course, there are people who are in prison there cannot leave, but there are people who go there all the time. Like, for example, Davina, but other people also go there regularly. But somebody in the prisoner's tower says that the instructions came from inside the prisoner's tower. And so our protagonists are going to charge off towards the prisoner's tower to find out who the betrayer is. And I will now leave it to you to continue on.
I wrote it down for you. After being betrayed, you find yourself heartbroken. Betrayed by your close friend Mariana. So you do what any hero would do and turn her in. After all, those books are evil and taboo.
Please do describe it, how it goes.
So, Chase finds out, and they do their investigating. Sebastian gets there and finds, what's my name? Davina. Finds Davina already there. Eyes puffy and swollen, with guards having Mariana already in chains, being escorted deep into the lower levels of the tower. Like, 'cause I'm sure she was like, she had like a nice
Yes.
area, you know.
Oh,
She's
yeah.
in prisoner's clothing, being taken down. And Davina's there filling out the paperwork. You know, with the constable of town, saying,
Mm-hmm.
"I can't believe she could orchestrate all this from prison and even involve my younger brother. Terrible, terrible. This woman pulled the wool over all of our eyes, and she will pay the price for her crimes. Can't believe she abused our mercy in such a way."
Sebastian, of course, is very. I'm going to flip my card to find out the nature of how I respond
Yes, yes.
to your. Because that's not what I was planning.
Everyone deserves a second
Justice.
chance, but she ruined hers. Ooh, justice.
Ooh.
That seems so fitting to this.
Justice, not reversed, upright.
Interesting.
Okay. Justice is 11.
I'm so glad it's not reversed. That would be so much worse.
The achievement of balance and inner harmony after a time of trial and tribulation. An honest person with good intentions who is responsible for his or her own decisions and actions. The fair and judicious outcome of a matter of a legal problem.
Yes.
Cosmic justice or karma.
Uh-huh.
This is how I, as the author, am going to try to respond to what you've done to my book. Because something is happening here.
Something happened. That's weird.
I cannot change your edits, though. I cannot follow your edits. I cannot alter them. Sebastian comforts Davina.
Yes, yes.
Davina says how happy she is to have Sebastian there as a form of support in these hard times with the death of her brother. I just get to say things about you. That's how this game works. I'm like, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least
Yeah.
until you come back.
I mean,
at me.
you're not wrong. These things are all sound accurate so far.
And I think Sebastian says, 10 years ago, Davina, you pleaded for mercy for Mariana's life, saying that she could be reformed, that she could be changed. Do you regret your decision? I will let you answer that.
Though the death of my brother is a high price to pay, I do believe that everyone deserves a second chance. Some just squander theirs, it would seem. Maybe not everyone can be reformed.
And Grace steps forward, and she holds Davina's hands in hers. And she says, by the way, she's got blue eyes. There's a little sparkle around her.
I imagine a lot of people ship Davina and Grace, actually.
Oh, I'm sure they do.
Yes.
And Grace, holds Davina's hands, and she says, Grace, Davina, I know that this is a hard time for you, but I want you to know that there's power in friendship, and we, this unbroken circle of 5, will always be together, and I will always be your friend, because I know that you would never betray us as Mariana betrayed you. Together, all of us will keep Just Haven safe. I'm so sorry for your brother.
Your words and companionship bring me so much comfort, Grace.
She hugs.
Did we hug and cry?
Oh,
yeah, maybe for a little too long?
Yeah, a little too long. And I think, because this is justice, right?
Yes.
I think Sebastian will sort of end this scene with Sebastian standing on the
executioner's block.
Yes, at the executioner's block, in front of the whole crowd. And he stands forward, he says, what it means to be a leader is to carry out justice, no matter how difficult that it may be. And so, Mariana, who has committed such grave crimes cannot live. And so it is to me to fell the axe. And our great hero Sebastian wields the heavy electro axe and is about to kill Mariana, when Grace Sparrowhawk, the most honorable and brave and understanding woman that has ever existed as both a light nerd and nurse, steps forward and says, "No, it should not be you who has to hold this axe. To kill someone can harm your soul, and I, Grace Sparrowhawk, will sacrifice that for you, Sebastian, because you are so noble. Let me wield this axe, and with that, the ultimate sacrifice, Grace Sparrowhawk steps forward, and she wields the axe to kill Mariana, to spare Sebastian having to kill a woman, which would look really bad for the fandom. And so Grace Sparrowhawk does it in his stead. And I think that we all can understand how amazing Grace Sparrowhawk is. And as she looks deep into the eyes of Sebastian, those two on the forefront, the whole of Just Haven realizes what a wonderful pair, and people begin to wonder, should they themselves get married? And I don't mention Davina in that scene at all.
No, it's fine. It's a blessing, actually.
Yeah. The last scene in the prologue, setting up the missing books and all that,
Yes.
is the Seven of Pentacles upright, which says you are at your parents' side when they die.
Oh, but my parents are
Or
already dead.
reversed. Well, we could always have flashbacks. You are at your siblings' side when they die. Would you like to reverse this?
No, we'll leave it. We'll have a cool flashback to my parents' side.
Sweet.
Yeah, because, ooh, no.
I'm just telling you,
Actually,
I'm going to do stuff. Mm-hmm.
Ooh, because I
do
can
stuff.
have my sibling. Oh wait,
Yes,
no, but
you
it
could.
changes at my sibling's side. I can only change whose side it is when they die. No, I'll leave it at parents'
Because it's
side.
reversal. Great.
I'll leave it there
I will take this scene then.
rather than my sibling's side, because yeah, I don't. I think it's more shocking to Davina's storyline if she finds out about his death afterwards. Like, she couldn't even be there for him at the end, you know?
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, I have an agenda as an author.
Yes, you do.
So,
What my parents tell me as I die.
so the kingdom, this threat to the kingdom seems to have been put to the side. The Circle of Five, with their pentagonal table, all seems well. All seems well.
All seems well.
Nothing bad could happen in this space. But we have to go back in time. Back to the great battle of the Techno-Wastes.
So exciting.
From book 1. But at this moment, this particular chapter is being told from Davina's point of view.
Oh,
When we first saw...
That sounds so nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When we first had the battle of the Techno-Wastes, we were
Yes.
seeing it through Sebastian's point of view, of course. And we remember there were battles and then Davina's parents, the amazing Techno-Monk warriors, also like, basically like the trainer, the people who like really helped train Sebastian in his greatness.
Yeah.
How in the midst of this battle, one of them, the father, was struck from behind by like a crazy witch bolt. Because you know how magic is bad. And
Yeah.
then it turns
terrible.
out right, then the mother, who is like also an amazing, cool techno priest, sort of like has this terrible like necrotic spell put upon her, and there's waste, and the battle is terrible, and things going, and we sort of, and then in the original scene in the first book, Davina was not there, and she comes running across the battlefield, and she sees her parents, and she's crying, and Sebastian motivates her and tells her, "Oh, Davina, it's all right. We have to keep going on." And that was the moment in the first book when Sebastian thought kind thoughts of a slightly romantic nature towards Davina.
Oh.
But here, now, chapter 3 of the prologue, scene 3 of the chapter 1, we see Davina sitting in a chair in her tower. Because there are, 7 towers? That's what I said? And there's a tower for each of our protagonists. And then there's like the prisoner's tower and then like some other tower. And she is remembering the past. And we see, because like she was like crying about her brother like in the scene, right?
Yeah.
And once all the people have left, she sits down and she drinks this glass of tea and she thinks back to that time when her parents were killed. And we see Davina, and she pulls up her fingers, and we can see that she actually has magical abilities. And she casts a spell, and she sends a witch bolt to strike down her noble father in the back. And then she casts a curse on her own mother. And
Wow.
she laughs when she does. And as and she comes running forward, watching her mother die in her arms, knowing that all along she's the one who did both of those things. And she says, in her mind, she says, "With my parents dead, Sebastian will have to take me with him to Darkhaven, where I will be able to learn to be the most powerful necromancer of all. But most importantly, he will have to fall in love with me now that I'm so vulnerable." And as she looks up at him with tears in her eyes, Sebastian turns to her and says, "It's all right, Davina. You can come with me. Come with me. Together, we will defeat the evil warlock warrior mage's leaders. We will save Darkhaven with you by my side. I would never abandon someone who's had such loss." And of course they hug. And over the shoulder we see an evil gleam that we have never seen in book 1 ever before.
Ever before.
It was never there. Crops up in the eyes, and we realize that perhaps we've never actually known Davina at all.
Oh, sure. Yep.
Yeah. I should pull this card out though, because you did do you did not do a reversal. So
I did not do a reversal. No, I just
Awesome.
let it happen.
Awesome. Yeah, that's great. So
I was like, you know what? I'm okay with my parents' death being witnessed. I'm
so
fine with
Mariana
Yeah.
is arrested, is executed for the theft. And then in our final scene,
I'm so alone now.
in our final scene, we learn, to end our prologue, we learn that Davina is evil. Killed her parents.
Sure. Yeah. That's totally what happened. Everyone believes that.
That is what we did. That is correct. and that cannot be contradicted, but
we don't know why.
That's right. We don't know why. That has not been written. So that is a different moment. So we have to end chapter 1, the prologue.
Yep. Yes.
So what we do to end this scene is we have the author's note that happens for each scene.
Oh,
each
that's
chapter.
right. Oh, what is the
Yes,
author trying to tell me here?
Yeah, we're not done with this thing. As a matter of fact,
Delightful.
That is correct. So we need to find out what the author's note is. I'm going to pull it.
Please do.
We're going to pull this card out. Let us shuffle our major arcana.
Shuffle, 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 shuffle.
Shuffle, shuffle. This is the author's note. I'm going to be sending you a message, right? Because I've noticed something is weird going on.
Yeah.
And I'm going to just send you a message at the end of chapter 1. And because that's what we're going to do. Let's find out what this is, shall we? It is the sun reversed.
Oh.
Let's see. What is that going to give us? The sun reversed. Unhappiness, loneliness, depression, possibly from loss of a relationship. Uncertainty, failure, loss in a business situation. Note, the reverse meaning can range from weaker version of the upright to a false sense of happiness to unhappiness, depending on surrounding cards interpretation. So, okay. Davina,
Yes.
you go about your business as normal,
Yes, yes.
and the book happens as it does.
Yes.
And when you go into your quarters, there is like a series of scrolls with drawings on them.
Yes, yes.
And these you know, like you have seen these before. You know these, like the first one is of your mother. It's like a drawing of your mother, deceased and
Yes.
lost. The second one, of course, is a drawing of your father, deceased, lost. The third one is a drawing of your brother, deceased, lost. The fourth one is Mariana, deceased, lost. And then those were the only ones you knew you had, but there are more of them now, actually, that you were not there before. And each of these is like somebody that matters to you, who at this point in time in the book, they're not dead. You have got, for example, Jace is there.
No, not Jace.
Thad is there. Your best childhood chum that was like a third sidekick. Anybody and everybody that you might care about who has ever been in a scene with your character in any of the books that your character seemed to like. Anybody that anybody ships your character with, not Sebastian or Grace. Anybody that nope. Anybody that might give your character support or help or make your character look good, they're all drawn there. They're not dead yet, but they're there in that set of that stack of papers. And the very last paper is blank. And as you look at this blank piece of paper, a drawing of Davina just sort of shows up on it.
Yeah.
You know it's not magic that's happening in this world, by the way. And
Yeah.
Yeah, and
It's
it just
reflection of the author.
says, yes, it is. And it just says, fulfill your role or else.
Oh, poor author.
How do you respond? That's your part.
Oh, this poor author. Well, first of all, I think they've had a lot of death in their life, and they
Let me
feel
write down
kind of
the things that you've learned.
Yeah.
What you're learning about the author, right?
Okay, yeah. I'm going to say it out loud first, and then try to condense it. I think they've had a lot of death in their life, and they feel responsible for it. Like maybe their parents died, and like maybe their family died in an accident, and like they were going on a trip or something, and they didn't go along, and then maybe they feel guilty. I think they have a sense of guilt. I think they feel guilty, lonely, and a little jealous. Actually, I think they feel a little jealous. Yeah, I think they're very alone.
All right, hold on.
Let me write this.
author insight.
Copy,
Also, how does Davina
paste.
respond to
I
this
can't
threat?
paste. I will follow my role that I'm supposed to have. I will follow the role of the character from the last book.
Ooh.
I will follow my role as it's supposed to go.
How does your character in that scene respond?
And that scene responds. I think she goes, "Oh, they're so alone. They're confused and they feel guilty or jealous. It's hard to say, really. They just need guidance. Again, I'm sticking with my rule from last one. You know, like they're just a little lost, little lonely, a little confused. It's okay. Feels guilty. Yeah, I think they just feel guilty, and they're taking it out on poor Davina. And they want her to follow the role, but they don't even understand. It would seem that the role that she's supposed to have. I'll help them figure it out. Don't worry, author. I got you. We'll get through this. We'll work through this. I'll be your therapist. We'll work out those issues you have. You're projecting a lot, and it's okay. It's okay because we're gonna get through this together.
Just curious. In the scene, does Davina does she destroy the? What does she do with the images?
Oh. She's a stalker at heart. I think she puts them up on her wall. But in a Venn diagram of ships. And follow your role. I put a lipstick print next to it on the text. And draw a winky face.
Okay. Okay. It's on, my
that's
friend.
What I do. That's what I do because because Davina, she might not end up with the main protagonist, but there's Jace, and again, they're the two outsiders, and I think they've got the most potential. That's why they're next to each other on the wall. Because Thad's a big teddy bear.
Yeah.
But Davina needs someone who's on her level of smarts, which is again kind of why we don't ship Sebastian with Davina, which is why we ship Jace with Davina. But yeah, I just put them up on the wall. I actually just put them up on the wall. Yeah.
Okay. That's fine. So, we're going to take a 10-minute break while we get ready for Chapter 2. Chapter 2 being the exposition. So we've set up, right, that actually Davina's evil and really bad and should not be shipped with Sebastian. And that,
I mean, I agree.
Secret books
not
are missing.
Be shipped with Sebastian. She deserves better.
That she's the secret big bad in this book that we don't know it, and our poor hero doesn't know it yet. Our poor hero, Sebastian. Yeah. And I feel like there's something going wrong with my book a little bit, something weird happening, but that's okay. We'll just keep it on track.
Not too much weird. Just one little thing.
Just one little thing. Just one little thing.
You're trying to slip under your radar a little bit.
Yeah. Apparently, my parents died when I was younger, and I feel guilty about that. Somebody's been reading my stuff, but that's...
I feel weirdly responsible. I mean, I am your stalker. I've looked up things about you. It's not hard to look up the obituaries.
Yep. Yeah. No, that's. Oh, okay. Well, we're gonna take a 10. Somebody has looked up all the obituaries. Yeah. We're gonna. Yeah.
Feel responsible for your parents' death. Yeah, it's okay. We'll work through this.
Okay.
It's not your fault.
We're gonna be back in 10 minutes. When we come back, we're gonna hit Chapter 2, the exposition. Stretch your legs, drink some fluids, and we will see you in a few moments. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. It looked like there were 4 minutes left on the clock, but there wasn't because the timer originally said 5, so I had to do. Anyway, we're back. Hello, everybody. We are back. We're excited. I did not get another soda. Dang it. I should have done that. I have a blackberry ginger ale.
You should have.
I know. Okay, so there's a thing we didn't do that I just forgot to do. But it is at the end of each scene, the character is able to say how they're feeling about what happened, but, you know, in that kind of meta commentary way. So would you, dearest Lindy, tell me what my stalker fan thinks about what happened in each scene? And while you do that, I can hear you. I'm going to just go get my blackberry ginger ale.
Sure. So in scene 1, I think that the author is trying to set up some cool intrigue now that we're kind of past the big uprising and stuff, you know, like set up some cool political intrigue. And you needed a minor character for it, so you chose David. I mean, that's cool, I guess. It kind of makes sense. It does put Davina in a spot where she could really grow from this. This implication of her family, seeing as that's the only family she has left. I could see it as something she could overcome, or try to save him from. Oh, but then he died. So, this is a chance for character growth, maybe for everyone. Maybe everyone in the council can learn from this. That's what I think from scene 1. I'm like, oh, maybe the author's trying to like do something cool, and then scene 2 happens, and I'm like, oh, hold up, wait a minute. That seems you're really rewriting some characters here, aren't you? Well, I think that maybe you should take a closer look at what you wrote about characters from your first book and realize that it was probably Mariana who instigated this and could get to David because he was close to Davina and Davina often visited. So that would make logical sense as to what happened here in this book. So, you really try that direction. Cool. And then scene 3. Oh, okay, hold up, wait a minute. I'm sorry. Where is this coming from? Oh, I think you might need therapy. Because there's clearly some deeper issues here at play. Don't worry. We'll find out why this happened. I've got a couple good ideas, like based on previous plots from your first book, that we can incorporate as to why this flashback could be a thing. We'll get there. We'll get there.
Okay.
It might be a rough road, but we'll get there. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
That's my notes for each scene.
Well, let's get to chapter 2, the exposition, why don't we? Huh?
Yes, the exposition. Ooh, exciting.
Yes. We have our three scenes in the exposition. And these are going to be swords. So let's have our three swords cards up there to see what we've got going on. And remember, you decide before you know what's going to come.
Yeah.
Right? Yep. So, chapter 2. By the way, there's always a question that the character gets to decide about the author, I guess. Whatever we say, we cannot contradict. We can always twist and warp things, but we cannot contradict, right?
Sure.
So, here's our exposition in swords. And we've gotten all our arcana in there. We're all back. So let's find out what we have here. Our first scene of the exposition, after we've set up this whole intrigue and magic, is the King of Swords. The King of Swords in reverse. So the King of Swords. Yeah. So this says,
exciting.
Your foe makes an unexpected appearance in the news, and in the news is the underlined portion. The upright.
Oh.
No.
In the swords, it says your foe asks you for help.
That's correct. I'm sorry. I was looking at knight because they both have K's in them. I'm so sorry. Jack. Right. So the reversed is your foe asks you for help, and the upright is your friend asks you for help.
Well, my friend's technically dead, and I don't think we need a flashback written by the author of that scene. So
we could definitely have that.
We could. I think it'd be very exciting if we opened to chapter 2 exposition with my foe asking me for help. Sebastian, he needs my help. Let's open with that.
You're not going to reverse or defy.
No. Also, I want the author to think I'm playing along from the message that they sent.
Because you are, right?
I mean, I am playing my role that I deserve.
Okay, cool. All right. I'm
Yep,
glad
yep,
to
yep.
see
Yep.
that that's what's happening
Based
here,
on
that there's
popular
no...
opinion. In a democratic way.
Hmm. All right.
There's been petitions.
So in Just Haven,
Yes.
there is... You know how Sebastian needs a last name, and his last name is going to be something like...
Something right.
Yeah, or like Longsword, or... I just want to say Chest Rockwell, but that's not his name. So it's like Sebastian... like... all the things I'm thinking of are not very nice. But I just think that the author would give him Sebastian.
Well, what's Grace's?
Winwright.
Her name's Windright.
Sparrowhawk.
Yeah. I was gonna say
Yeah.
it needs to be something similar to Grace's, but like in a more like masculine tone. So yeah, no, Windright. Yeah, that sounds good. Windright.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah. Chowderhead. I love that. No. So as we begin chapter 2 of our novel,
yes,
without any kind of interference, I'm setting up my story.
Yes, sure you are.
The evil tome of necromancy, our evil tome of evil.
Yes.
Or evil tome of death. Our evil tome of death is still missing.
ETOD.
Along with some other arcane tomes. And unfortunately, because David was killed, he was a fan favorite, that we don't know who did it.
Yeah.
And so we get this scene, especially right after we learned that Davina was evil. This will be perfect. As an author, I love this. Okay,
I bet you do.
I do. So, hello, librarian, writer geek. Welcome in. Ooh, the Dark Hallowed Journal. Love it. Love it. And so, we open up chapter 2, the exposition, with one of the Council of Five, one of the meetings of the Council of Five is just adjourning, and all of the characters are sort of leaving the pentagonal table. But before Davina can leave, Sebastian calls out to her. Davina, wait. Before you go, I was wondering if I could speak with you alone for a moment. Would that be all right?
Of course.
Davina,
anything for you, Sebastian.
Davina takes her hand and says, Sebastian takes her hand and says, Davina, the tome of the Dark Hallow Journal, it's still missing. We've not learned where Mariana hid it. And you, out of all of the people on the council, out of all of our brave 5, our quintet of valor, you're the only one who has spoken to her in some frequency. I think that the fate of Just Haven might depend on getting that tome back. I was hoping that you, out of all people, I mean, of course, Jace knows books, but nobody knows the mind of that evil Mariana like you do. Would you join me in a search to help try to find out where it went? I could use your help.
Of course. It is imperative that we find it after all, lest it fall into the wrong hands.
Exactly. We don't want one of the secret sorcerers or sorceresses with their hands on that. They could use it to raise an army of the dead to destroy Just Haven and everything we've built. I think
that would be truly tragic.
It would.
We need to act quickly.
I agree. I think we have a quest, just like in the old days. Remember?
Just like old times.
Okay. Let's do this. And with that, brave hero Sebastian, the bravest of all heroes.
Yes.
And Davina, the mysterious Tech-Monk, join forces together to go out and try to find where the mysterious Dark Hallow Journal, the tome of evil and death, might be hiding. And that is going to be our first scene.
Love that. That's great. Oh wow, yeah, the author's really bringing it back together now. That's much better, much more on track. That's more like it. That's like the book one that I know and love.
Sebastian.
Still a little attached to Sebastian, but you know, he's we're getting there. We're getting there.
For help finding the Dark Hallow Journal. I think this is all going very well.
I think so too.
Yeah, I think it's great. Let's find out what's happening in our second scene, huh?
Woo! Yeah, let's find out.
Ace of Swords,
Ooh.
upright. Okay. Ace of Swords. The upright position is you hear a siren ring through the air.
Ooh.
And the reversed is you hear a scream ring through the air. And our character, played by Lindy, Davina, still has a reversal and a defiance on the table.
I do. When I use a reversal, I know with the defiance I can write in what the thing is basically. With the defiance, I don't. You just have to choose the second prompt, right?
I don't get to do what's happening on one.
I think a siren is exciting because it means there's something crazy afoot. We had a lot of death in Act 1, so I think a siren's more exciting for Act 2.
Sure, I think it's great.
Because the scream probably means someone's getting murdered based on this author's previous writings. So I think a siren's more exciting. Mix it up.
Okay. So we've had a number of scenes where the Five of Valor they're searching through the city, trying to find out where this might, where the Dark Hallow Journal might come. And most of these scenes focus on Sebastian and one of the others, like in pairs.
Obviously, yes.
Obviously. And in each one, like you get like a moment of like Valor showing off how cool the other person is. Like Jace, is able to go and just fast talk some people and they find some stuff, right? So it's like each one has their own little specialness, right? And it's about bonding the characters. And in this particular scene, we have Davina riding on the back of the hover bike, the hover cycle.
Yes.
Being flown/driven, piloted by Sebastian, of course. Zooming, right? And they're zooming through the streets. It's very exciting. And Sebastian says,
we've got our goggles on.
Goggles, yeah. Maybe we can make it to the highest point, the center hill. And so they zoom up to the center hill so they can see the entire city of Just Haven. And it's very romantic. And it's like beautiful and a good overview of what could be happening. And Sebastian says, I am so happy that we have a democratic and noble sort of form of government and that we have created Just Haven as a refuge for those who need help. And I'm so glad that there's nothing that could harm Just Haven now.
We've built strong walls and foundation of this city.
These walls are keeping us safe. I mean, as a matter of fact, I think there's probably nothing that could harm Just Haven now. We have the walls. We have stamped out evil magic. We have our technology. Barrier. We have the barrier. And you're looking up at the beautiful barrier. It's like
barrier makes it like ideal weather or whatever, yeah.
Ideal weather, and it's like sort of kind of rainbowy, right? Kind of like, when you like do like a
iridescent shimmer.
Yes, like when you do bubbles, right? That kind of thing, right?
Yes. But it's a tech barrier, not a magic barrier.
It's a tech barrier. No, it's different.
So it's like made of little hexes, because that's how you have to do a tech barrier. There has to be hexes. If there's not hexes, what are you doing?
Absolutely, right?
It's not tech if there's no hexes.
Thank you. And he says, there's only one thing that could threaten the peace that we've created. And that is if well, if there was some sort of traitor who betrayed us from the inside and sold out our secrets, for example, how to get through the barrier, to the outer barbarian raiders. But I've heard that they might have magic, and I hope that the Dark Hallow Journal doesn't lie with them in their hands right now.
Well, we've been searching everything that leaves the city, so surely it couldn't
We
have
have.
gotten away.
I'm sure it couldn't. I'm sure we'll be fine. I'm sure we'll be
Everyone
fine.
who lives in Just Haven cherishes Just Haven and the hard work that you've put in to making this a safe place.
I have put in a lot of hard work, but
Yep.
I couldn't do it by myself. We're a team. All 5 of us.
All 5 of us. We couldn't do it without
Yes.
every single one of us.
That's right. Every single one of us is important. And at that point in time, some of the villagers stop by and they're like, oh, it's Sebastian. He's so amazing. And there are like a couple of villagers who are just so like amazed by him. And he's like, oh, not me. Davina is amazing. All of the 5 are amazing.
Oh, no.
And in this moment of peace and yep, that's exactly right. What's that? And you can see
The sirens.
some of the
The
hexagons in the
emergency
barrier.
sirens.
The emergency sirens. Some of the hexagons sort of shatter. The barrier is still holding. But
What could be weakening the barrier?
I don't know. We'll have to find out.
Quick!
I think that's what we're
Wait,
in
hop
that
back on
one,
the
like,
hoverbike.
head on the
You
bike
gotta go find out, get to over that area, you know?
Yeah, alert the council. Yes, I think that'll be our scene too.
Great,
yeah.
love that. That sounds awesome. What
What
a
is your-
great second chapter. I'm like, look, I really think that the author and I are getting onto the same page. I mean, maybe that romantic scene should have had Grace in it, while Davina and Jace
Probably.
did some like background stuff. But you know, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, you know, we're good. We're doing good. You know, this is a fun twist. I like it. Something's happened to the tech barrier. No one saw that coming. I mean, everyone
No one saw that coming.
But you know, it is fun how it you know might play into the book that's missing maybe.
Probably. Our last scene in the exposition, because this is our exposition after all. This is the 4 of Swords reversed. You find yourself in possession of highly illegal materials. You have both a reversal and a defiance left.
Yeah, I sure do. I sure do.
The
You know, this
reversal-
seems to be going so well.
So just so the audience knows, the reversal is you find yourself in possession of dangerous information. And so our character can flip it from highly illegal materials to dangerous information, or they can defy and just take out that highly illegal materials and rewrite it to be whatever they want.
I think I'm going to do that.
What?
I know, it's crazy.
So please,
Yeah.
set the scene. Give it to me, because I had all sorts of ideas about what you would be doing with those illegal materials, but I guess I don't get to make that choice right now.
Yes, you don't get to find out.
Which means I've got a reaction, but that's fine.
You do.
Go ahead.
You find
I will
yourself
say-
in possession of. Yes.
Yeah, I think we could start it in your tower, right?
Sure.
Yeah. What is your tower called? So we have
My
have the
tower?
prison. We have the prison tower, the scholars tower. That's where Jace hangs out.
Jace's. So it's probably like the classic towers, but like, I'm wondering if Davina has 2 things that she's known for, right? Like being a techno monk,
Yep.
and not being from around here. Like that's
is
her
correct.
2 things.
Yes.
So
Those are
either
the 2
she
things.
needs she
Wait,
has the
that's not
tower
fair.
of
Wait, that is not fair. I as the author, I've given her a lot of character development. She's a tech monk. She's not from here, and she's a brunette. So,
yeah.
that's 3 things.
But based on tower bases, there's not a tower of brunettes. So, based on that, I feel like she would either have to be from like the tech tower or the prison tower, because she'd be the only one other than Jace who's not from around here, so would be the most impartial to be in charge of the prison tower, because everyone else would be from Just Haven. So I think actually, the prison tower, which is why she had the most interaction. Yes. She was working like a Reformation program and stuff.
Yeah.
They were like, because everyone else was so biased, you know, because they're from Just Haven. They needed an outsider. So it's either me and Jace was like, well, I really want the book tower. And so Davina was like selfless and was like, then I guess I'll take over the prison tower. So I'm in the prison tower. That's my tower.
Grace has the hospital tower, by the way.
That makes sense. That makes
obviously
the Tower of Healing.
The Tower of Healing. Yeah.
Please. Hospital tower, as if.
I'm so sorry. The Tower of Healing. So I feel like we'll start with you in the prison tower. That's where this is.
That makes sense why there was so much stuff that happened in there too in chapter 1.
Yes. So you're defying, are you not? Yes.
Oh, I'm defying. Yes. Let me drag that over for you. I'm typing it out. So let me type it out first.
Oh yeah, please.
No. I'll just retype that. There we go. Defiance. Okay. I'm in position of. I find myself in my tower. I'm going through Mariana's things, trying to find a clue as to where the books could have gone. I find myself in possession of the information on the true villains behind the evil tome of death's disappearance. And the information on the true villains behind the evil tome of death's disappearance, comma, the Southern Barbarians. No, the Southern Pirates.
Southern Pirates, yeah.
No, even better. The Sky Pirates.
Sky Pirates, the Southern Sky Pirates?
Yes.
I see. Okay.
And sorry, it's hard to do this. The information on the true villains behind the evil tome of death's disappearance, the Southern Sky Pirates, and copies of their correspondence. Correspondence. That's not how you spell that. Whatever, it's fine. It's good. I'm just gonna leave it as spelled. I don't feel like spell checking myself.
That's fine.
Copies of their. I'm trying to also make it fit. Correspondence.
Because whatever you write, I cannot, break what you've written. So I just need to know what you wrote.
About the tome and how to break through the barrier. There we go. That's it.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what I find myself in possession of. The information of the true villains behind the evil Tome of Death's disappearance, the Southern Sky Pirates, via copies of their correspondence about the tome and how to break through the barrier.
My response to this, to your changes
is
to
my
novel,
again.
But it's justice reversed.
Oh, that's exciting. I mean, that's terrifying.
Yes. Okay.
It's funny that we've gotten justice twice, though.
So this is lack of balance and integrity, intolerance and harshness, making wrong decisions and resulting failures that ensue. Can mean injustice or an unfavorable decision in a legal matter. Okay. Injustice. So, Davina finds all of this out.
I find all of this, yeah. It was the Southern Sky Pirates all along.
Yes.
They were mentioned, briefly as, a potential threat in book 1. So now's their time to shine, since we've defeated the magic barbarians, they need time to recover. It would make sense for them to attack in book 2.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Let's see. Lack of balance and integrity, intolerance, harshness, making wrong decisions. Yes. And I think what we do is we see Davina with all of this evidence. The evidence that if she turned it over to Sebastian and the
I
council...
know, sitting there thinking, like, I should have written that I turned it in. I was so close.
So close that she could save everything. Mariana was in league with the Southern Sky Pirates.
Ooh. Mm-hmm.
Mariana, whose treachery caused the death of her brother.
Yeah.
She could get revenge against all those evildoers just by turning things in to the council of her friends. And we have all come to trust Davina and like her as a character, maybe a little bit too much from all the fan mail I get. And in that moment, Davina goes to the communication hex crystal.
Oh, communication crystal, yes.
Yeah. Because tech, not magic. So it's,
yes.
Hex crystal. And before she can tune the radiophonic hex crystal, she looks back at all of the plans, including the names and the ways which people got contacted with. And she stops. And she says, you say...
Yes, I do.
You say, I have given everything to Just Haven. But what has Just Haven given to me?
Besides the power of friendship.
And looking out through the window of the prisoner's tower, she sees Sebastian. So
Grace.
Strong and handsome, and Grace.
Yeah.
You knew it.
Yeah.
Sebastian and Grace. Yeah, you knew it. Sebastian and Grace zooming through the city. And the jealousy that has always roiled her heart flares up yet again.
Oof.
She thinks, these Just Haven people, they've never respected me, not like I deserve to be respected. I deserve to be bowed down to. I deserve to rule everything. And maybe I will show them all. And with that, she tunes the crystal not to alert Jace on his hoverbike, but to contact Scarafio, the head of the Sky Pirates, to make a deal. And she says, you may have noticed that we found a way to stop you getting through the tower. But it was I, Davina, the Tech-Monk of the Wastes, who was able to stop your hacking into our barrier. But I do have a back door. Perhaps we should meet and talk about it, Scarafio. And on the other end of the line, you hear, perhaps we outsiders should stick together. And I think that's where we're going to end that scene.
I like that ending, actually.
You can give me your thoughts.
I think the character, the out of Davina thoughts is, what the fuck, author? This is character assassination. But I think we can still save it. I see a path.
Finds the evidence of Sky Pirates.
Yep.
And decides
Yeah.
to make a deal. To betray her friends. Because she's jealous. That's exactly how ladies are.
That's how it would seem. Yeah.
Yeah. So why don't we pull a card to find out what my author's message for you is? Yeah. The author's note. Let's see. What we have here is the Hierophant.
Okay.
Upright. Let's see. The Hierophant upright. The Hierophant upright So the Hierophant represents intuition, right? Communicator and translator of the higher voices. So upright, we have a compassionate person who is dedicated and helpful, yet may be ruled by tradition and orthodoxy. Can represent receiving instruction, guidance, inspiration, or the ability to hear the inner voice. Can also signify a religious ritual, such as a marriage ceremony or an initiation. Let's see. And you can also take that into account when you think about what you've learned about me. So I think my note to you, I feel like you've been playing along really well, so I think that's really good. I think I want to reward you in some kind of a way. Because you have been playing along. So I think that's really good. You've not done anything to really to defy me. I mean, you did a little bit of weirdness there, but a little bit of switcheroo.
Because Davina found that evidence, no one else could have. So
Yeah, like Sebastian, but that's okay. I think that's fine. I like what you did.
Sebastian
with the,
found it. Like, how would Davina be the villain then? Yeah.
No, I think you did a good job there. I think that's fine. So I think I will reward you.
Oh, thanks, author.
You're welcome. I think what I will do is, the scene is in it's a little note. The note that you get is when you're sort of like clicking off of the hex crystal. The hex crystal, of course, also has visuals, like nice, cool visuals, a little Flash Gordon. And I don't think, I'm not quite certain if Davina would really understand what this means, but there's like a flash in the hex crystal. And in the flash in the hex crystal, there's an image. And by the way, Scarafio, the Sky Pirate. Yes. It's an image that I don't know if Davina would know this, but the Stalker fan would definitely know this because the Stalker fan does live in our world. I don't think I understand as the author that you actually have an Isekai'd in yet. That's not something I'm aware of at this moment.
No, I've not given that away.
No. But what you see briefly, right, is an image
other things. Yeah.
Of Davina. But, at least the description of Davina, but it's actually an image of a famous actor. I need somebody who's a brunette who's the current hotness right now that would be like pretty impressive to get to play your character.
Oh, who's got Natalie Portman?
Yeah, like Natalie Portman, right? Like, hey, you playing along? I bet we can get Natalie Portman to play you in the movie version, or in the Netflix version. Yeah. Right. So, and I think like Natalie Portman really would like to take this part anyway. So like, there's like this kind of like a daydream. I don't know if I did this on purpose or I don't know if this is conscious or unconscious for me, but you kind of get this sense of like reaching for like the way this is developing. Probably I could get a really good actor who's like an it person to play Davina. And it's Natalie Portman. And there's like kind of a flash of like a daydream of Natalie Portman playing Davina. Be like maybe like a big, like an 8-part HBO movie kind of thing, like a TV show, like, ooh, right. And like, you kind of just, there's a reward. You might have like one of the best people play you. Now, before we go any further, you must answer the question, how does this message change your perception of the author?
First of all, I think what is the word? A fame whore? What is it? The term?
That's the word. Yeah, that's
fame
the word.
Whore. I think I'm realizing that he's more of a fame whore than I thought, but also that he's never actually spoken to a woman in his life. He's only read about women in books that were written by men. Because why would Davina be jealous of Grace?
I've read books.
Yeah. I don't think the author, I think he's very lonely. I think he's never had a date with I don't think he's ever breathed air in the same room as a woman that wasn't his mother, who died. So, probably from a young age by the sounds of it.
He's a fame whore who has never talked to a woman in real life.
Yeah. Probably
Very
why he
lonely.
didn't realize I was stalking him, because I was a woman, and he was like, "Oh, I can't engage with women." And that's why he has Sebastian engage with every woman there is, because he never gets to do it in real life. This is making so much more sense. Wow.
Oh,
Okay, I'm learning.
yeah. What I love about this game is the give and take of character assassination that happens, and I am here for that. I just thought I'd share that.
This poor author.
Well, we do have chapter 3, the rising action.
Ooh.
Yeah. Let me shuffle that up and get rid of our swords and bring our cups as we go careening towards this moment. Let me shuffle our cups. I already shuffled, but I like to shuffle more than once. So, rising action. You've been mostly behaving well.
Yeah.
I think that's fair. Yeah, sure. We're in cups. The question, by the way, for this chapter is, what does the author foreshadow about the end of your story? So, the rising action. Our first scene. 9 of Cups. Upright.
9 of Cups upright. Okay.
9 of Cups upright.
Ooh.
9 of Cups. A test of courage leaves you shaken. The word courage is the underlined word, so if you were going to defy that, you could just change that word. Reversed is a test of trust leaves you shaken. Again,
I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that one. We're gonna not test trust right now, based on what the author set up in the previous chapter. That seems like a bad decision. But courage, that could be good. A test of courage leaves you shaken. We'll let this scene play out. Because I'm looking at these other prompts, and they're so much worse that I would rather maybe change.
You might want to just keep some things for later.
We'll leave that test of courage there. That sounds like good character development, maybe, or at least not complete character assassination, hopefully, since I've been mostly behaving according to the author.
This book is about Sebastian Winwright.
Yeah.
Bravest hero. So, we're in chapter 3, the rising action.
Yeah.
And
ooh, rising action. Exciting.
Yeah. In chapter 3, just like the old days, our 5 heroes gather together on their hover cycles and hover skimmers and, their various hover devices. And off they go outside of the walls, outside of the barrier, charged up with their stun chucks and with their various sort of amazing
That's Davina's
technological...
weapons of choice, by the way, is the stun chucks.
Yeah, absolutely. That makes sense because she is, after
really
all...
cool. And I can use nunchucks, so that makes sense.
Yeah. She's a, Tech-Monk, right? Yeah, obviously.
There's a lot of Tech-Monk weapons, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think that as an author...
my weapon that I'm proficient in?
Although I think that as an author, I probably made a mistake giving Davina stun chucks because everybody got so obsessed with them. That's fine.
They are really cool. The cosplays alone, epic.
Yeah.
Epic.
Yeah.
Because Grace has a staff, like a techno staff.
She does.
That's just
obviously a staff.
Like to glow rave sticks are just more exciting for some reason for cosplays. It's weird, crazy.
I don't know how you knew that Grace had a staff, but we've all seen those things. Of course, Grace has a staff.
Those things of Grace.
We've all seen those things.
She's got a staff.
Yeah. And
like a shepherdess staff, with like a crystal in the middle. Yeah.
Absolutely. And Sebastian gets more than one weapon that are also too large. You're wondering where they keep coming from, but has a lance that's attached to the
he's got a gun
cycle.
Lance.
Like a gun lance.
But the lance
and then also
is like the techno thing, so shoots out like a bayonet, but a gun.
Yeah. But also a massive sword, really big, like a huge sword.
Really big, huge
just
sword,
super big.
Compensating.
No.
That's what the fans said.
That they were wrong. He was not compensating for anything. It was like a Final Fantasy sort of size big sword that's bigger than
Yeah, like a Buster sword. Yeah.
Then people, it's good times.
The fans had a lot of theories about why his sword was so big.
because he's so cool. And I think Jace, of course, is knives, right?
Yeah.
Knives, daggers. Uh,
Yeah.
and
They're
Thad's
actually letter openers.
yes, yes, yes.
Yes.
And I imagine
Yes.
Thad has a massive hammer.
Oh, I was gonna say big club, massive hammer. Massive
Big
hammer
club.
works. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like a big
Hammer and
because he used to be
sickle.
blacksmith. So
Yes.
yeah, big yeah.
Yeah.
But it's like a grav
Absolutely.
hammer. It's like got extra gravity,
Yes.
like on the downforce. It's like a gravity hammer.
Yes. Also, all their weapons are impractically large. That's fine. And
Yeah. Except for the letter openers and the
Yeah.
gun and the stun chucks, because
Yep.
he was trying to make those seem less cool, so they're actually reasonable,
Yes.
which is why more people cosplayed
Yep.
those.
that's actually also true because
Yes.
no one can actually have that grab hammer, which is like described as being
It's a
15
big
foot long or
build.
whatever.
You
It's a
know,
big build.
it's a lot to carry to the convention, get peace bonded
Yes.
and stuff.
Yeah, you need some styrofoam and
Yeah.
paint it. Anyway, so in this scene, they're traveling throughout the wastes, right? And they've got like scarves on and like, because there's dust and they're going through and it's like amazing, right? And this is like
Lots of leather.
this section, lots of leather. Also like, circuitry. Also, circuitry in your stuff. Like leather with circuits in it. It's pretty cool.
Well, obviously,
LEDs.
yeah.
Yeah.
Lots of LEDs.
Yeah. And there's like a moment where they're like you're going through and like this whole part here is actually kind of important because in order to get to the Southern Sky Pirates spaces, you have to go through the forgotten canyons. And the forgotten canyons are very dangerous. And because you have like really bad visibility and they're very precarious. And the thing with the forgotten canyons is that you have like old kind of suspension bridges, kind of like you get in like a Indiana Jones. They're bigger though, so you can travel on them, but they're very, very like old and precarious. And hover devices, like if the thing fell, you would still fall. It would be no good for you because it's not flying. And so you're having to maneuver right through all of these particularly like really dangerous sort of spots. And as people are traveling through, like turns out that some of the cannibal children of chaos who live in the Forgotten Canyons, they have metal teeth.
Ooh.
Yeah. And they are feral and they are dangerous. They, of course, are stalking the Forgotten Canyons.
Obviously.
Right. And what they do is they try to like trap people and then they eat them. They eat their flesh.
Of course, because of course they do.
Yeah. And so what we have is as the team is going through the Forgotten the canyons, right? Because you have to get to the other side. You can go, right? So you can try to get to the Sky Pirates. It's a lot like there's a lot of like bonding. There are these moments like campsites, and there's a lot of like right. But at some point in time, as everybody's like sort of going, what ends up happening is that there's this big ambush by the cannibal children of chaos, and
It's terrible.
people are knocked off their hover items, and like you're kind of stuck in this space. And at this moment, Lindy, I do apologize. I do apologize. Right. So here's your team, the great heroes, the protagonists of this book series that we all care about very, very much, who have shown themselves to be brave and capable in all ways in numerous battle sequences in the last book.
Leaving me shaken. Yeah. How am I shaken?
Yes, indeed.
Tell me.
Yeah. Yeah. So what happens is sort of in the middle of this moment when everybody's like knocked out and like our heroes are sort of groggy and messed up. And the only person who's not messed up is Davina. Because Davina, as a tech monk, right, was able to like do flips to get out of the crash.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so there's Davina, the only one who's like uninjured and is the only who's going to have to save the crew, the party, right? This is this is what she has to do. This is her moment to shine, her hero moment. And as all of these cannibal children of chaos start creeping in towards them at the wreckage of where they're at, and she has got her stunchucks, and she is ready, and she can see that they've got these like weird like knife boomerangs and like all this stuff, and she's ready.
Really
And this is
sharp
the
forks.
moment. Really sharp
They have to have
forks.
cutlery themed weapons.
Yes.
Cannibals, yeah.
Yes. And this is the moment where she will prove herself to be a fan favorite and a hero. And she brings up the stunchucks. Remember, she was also like in the great battle of the ruins of the last city. Like she's done many things. But as these cannibal children come forward, and she's got her friends behind her, and Grace looks up and says, "I know you'll save us." And that is when Davina steps forward, about to attack, to defend, and she slips and she falls. And she realizes that she's afraid, so afraid. She thought that she could do this, but as she tries, she realizes that she can't. She can't do it. She can't fight by herself. And a tear comes down her eyes as she realizes how she's actually in this moment inside, too afraid to step up. And that's when Sebastian stands up and says, oh yeah, and says, with a broken arm, and he says, "Davina, I know that you don't believe in yourself right now, that you're afraid, but I believe in you. I believe in you." And he hands you a yellow crayon, and you take this yellow crayon, you remember about your past, and because he inspired you, because he is so amazing and inspired you, you are able to rise to the occasion. And there's this amazing sequence of you stun chucking all of the cannibal children of chaos. They're very chaotic. And they're jumping off of like canyon lids, and you're able to like stun chuck them away, and you're able to defeat all of the cannibal children of chaos in a way that's pretty impressive. And when it's over, you turn to Sebastian and you say, "Oh, Sebastian, I never could have done it without you. If it hadn't been for you to inspire me, the Tech-Monk warrior, I couldn't have done it. And I want to thank you for letting me know that I have strength on the inside." And then Davina says, "But I won't ever be weak again."
Oh, that's actually better than I thought it was going to be, says I, from the background. Oh, this author really has never met a woman. It's the first out of character comment. Followed by, "We can still save this. That was a filler scene anyway."
Yeah. But it inspired by Sebastian.
The fans are gonna think she was just too wooed by Grace, and that he's rushing to snap her out of it after Grace did those sweet things. It's fine. It's fine. We can get through this. Yeah. Book 3 is gonna be rough.
Scene 2 is 2 of Cups.
That sounds nice, maybe.
Yeah, in upright. That seems good.
Oh.
2 of Cups, upright. You catch feelings for someone you shouldn't.
Which is Sebastian, right? I mean, that's what it sounds like. But I've already had points, technically, according to author.
I get to pick.
It's probably going to be for the sun pirate captain guy.
It is. Absolutely.
It is. Absolutely.
I mean, come on, right? So you catch feelings for someone you shouldn't. Or you piss off someone you shouldn't. That's
piss
reversed.
off someone I shouldn't. It's Sebastian.
And no, because Sebastian's too good, too pure.
Oh,
he's
he
too
can't
perfect.
be pissed off. Yeah.
No, he's just too great in every way. And if you want to defy, you can change the catch feelings for or piss off to whatever you like. Would
Either
you
way,
like
it's
to?
someone I blank someone I shouldn't.
You blank someone you shouldn't. That is correct. You blank someone you shouldn't.
Someone I shouldn't. How do I feel about that? Do I want to change? What would I rather blank someone I shouldn't? I want to save that defiance for something that's more useful.
Sure.
which is probably scene 3, because there's a lot of really good ones here that I could flip in my favor with a complete defiance. So do I want to catch feelings for Scarafio or piss off somebody? I think
because it's going to be Scarafio. You've met this author before. Yeah.
It's gonna be Scarafio.
I mean, it is.
I've seen his notes. Based on that previous scene and what I have an idea for with Scarafio, we're not gonna catch feelings for him. We're gonna reverse it. We're gonna I'm gonna use reversal for the first time. I've never reversed anything. I've always defied very quietly once. And usually at the end. Actually, it's what I've done every time. So defy. Well, actually, no, I did in the middle one, on the first one. So yeah, no, we're gonna reverse this one. We're gonna piss off someone I shouldn't.
I see. All right. Well, let me see. We're gonna have to think about what kind of scene I want to set up. I know you're gonna have to do a piss off now.
Instead of catch feelings for, because everyone knows. Why is it always just? You need to reshuffle that deck. That's what I'm saying.
I'll reshuffle it.
I'm just saying we've gotten justice every single time for the second card.
Shuffle.
And while it seems fine, that seems like a little more than coincidental. I think that's Roll20 doing some shenanigans.
No, I just think it's fate saying we have the tower.
If you want it to be justice, I just meant after this round.
It's too late. Okay. I just did it.
I just meant after this one, but that's fine. It is more exciting to have something different.
Or so sometimes it's not.
Justice
it depends.
In both forms.
All the justice. Let's see. So we need, what is that? That's 16. The tower. Upright is a sudden and unforeseen disruption, catastrophe, an abrupt change in one's life, usually regarded as leading to enlightenment and a new lifestyle. Can indicate a severed relationship, divorce, failure in business or career, extensive financial losses.
Let's go. I pissed off somebody. Tower seems applicable. It's just weird that it was justice for the third time. You know what I'm saying? That was weird.
Oh, I prefer the tower. This is great.
That's great.
I can use this.
That's great. You could use any of them, Trooper. Let's be real. You could have used justice too.
Yeah, justice will be harder to have this happen. So, okay.
I just thought it was weird.
So.
Yes.
Our crew have made it. They're heading out right at the Forgotten Canyons. And it's been hard. Lack of water, lack of sleep, difficult. And there is this moment where an out party, right? There has to be some kind of like negotiations. So there's like a small out party of sky pirates, they're not the main sky pirates. They're like a smaller, like a like group of like 4, 5, 6, 7 of them. And there's this woman, and she's also a redhead, obviously. Yeah.
Because the main character is a blonde and the antagonist is a brunette, so you have to. All the NPCs have to be redheads. All the NPC women.
And her name is Sonia. And she is, she's like y'all's age, right? And they say that she is like defected from the Sky Pirates. And the group is trying to negotiate with her to basically be able to sneak into the land of the Sky Pirates. And so she, by the way, she's buxom. Right? That's important.
So, I mean, all the redheads are buxom because they're going to flirt.
All of them.
They're going to need comfort from Sebastian at some point, and he needs a bosom to look at because he'd get bored otherwise.
Yeah, but it's not for any kind of sexist reasons. It's just how she's written. You know what I mean? It's just her character.
She's just written that way.
Yeah. Also, she wears kind of skimpy clothing, but it's but she's a sky pirate.
There's not a lot of clothes out here in the wastelands.
Yeah. It's like in character reasons,
Yeah.
And she is sort of arrogant, and there's like a lot of flirtation between her and Sebastian in certain ways.
Oh, obviously, yes.
Yeah. And I think what ends up happening is that this like through these negotiations, and she's talking about how she was like turned away, and it's very dramatic. And in the process, obviously all the other women in the group are jealous of her.
Yeah, because this author's never met a woman.
But they're all jealous, right? Because
Yep.
She's talking to Sebastian.
Yes.
And the thing is that we can learn a lot about characters and how they respond.
How dare people have a conversation. Yeah.
I know. And Grace, she thinks to herself,
she
I won't...
acts with grace.
She does.
Yep.
And she thinks, well, I hope that Sebastian doesn't forget about me and our love. I'm going to sort of be here to support him silently, but by his side. And so, of course, Grace is very supportive during these negotiations, obviously.
But she would be.
But Davina is a brunette. So
she is. You know that brunette temper that they have.
Brunettes have tempers.
Not redheads, brunettes. Yeah.
I mean, redheads also have tempers, but that's fiery in a different way.
It's fiery in a different way. That's just, they're not just angry, they're fiery.
Yeah, and Vulpes says that two women are speaking. It must be about Sebastian, and it is. It's true. That's exactly. It's important. We are not good. Yeah, we are not going to pass the Bechdel test in this book.
I was literally just about to say we're not going to pass the Bechdel test on this one.
It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. And so like she's wearing like a leather bikini. It's great. And big pirate boots and all that. Fur.
Because it gets cold in the sky.
Oh, absolutely. So that's why it's okay.
Why wouldn't she have a fur coat? No, she has a fur bikini.
No, fur bikini. Yeah. Also, she has a whip. She has a whip.
Obviously. Yeah.
Obviously, right?
Obviously.
Yeah.
It's not a kink.
No, it's not a kink. She's got great feet. But anyway, that's not the point. So the point is...
All the female characters do. That's so weird. They're often wearing open-toed shoes.
They are, right. Oh, I forgot. She's got like... she's got this bikini, but she's got like a cloak, but it's not like a full cloak. It's like a little capelet. You know what I mean?
Capelet? Yeah.
Like with little fur hood, but it's got like fox ears on it. So
of course it does.
Yeah. And so she is like kind of being a flirtatious, and here's the deal, right? In order to sneak yourselves in and all that, Sebastian, against his will, has to allow himself to be flirted with by this woman. Right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. He just has to play along. Against his will, because he's a good boy.
I wonder what that's like.
Weird.
Playing along against your will, that's weird. Would never know what that's
weird, right?
like. Yeah.
Nah. And so he has to brave her advances there as they're negotiating, because she's got a flying ship, right? She's got a small flying ship.
Oh yeah. And like a flying skiff.
Yeah, a little flying skiff that will take you along.
Yes.
And she's like a man eater, a femme fatale, right?
Yeah.
She's like, oh, Sebastian, you are so enticing. All right. And it's like super like, I probably watched James Bond a little bit too much. And she's like all over him.
Yeah.
And he's like,
a great way to tell how women act, is watching James Bond.
Yeah. And then he's like, oh, gee, I mean, all of us have decided to betray Just Haven, and so you can definitely take us into the Sky Pirate Fortress, right? And then she says, oh, Sebastian, you are so handsome. I will take all of you betrayers into the Sky Pirate realm in these clouds if you kiss me. And she crushes her bosoms against his chest, and right when they're about to kiss, eyes locked, and she's got ruby lips. She's got ruby lips.
Oh, of course, because you have to have lipstick as no, all the women have lipstick of different colors.
They do.
Grace's is like a blush pink.
It is.
Yes. But Davina's is also red.
Except now it's black. It used to be red.
Oh, it used to be red. Now it's black. That's weird.
We don't know why. It's weird.
Because she's in mourning.
Because she's in mourning, and right before, ruby lips and green eyes, and right before little cat eyes.
Yeah.
She doesn't wear makeup. She's natural, except that she's described as if she's wearing a lot of makeup. So then right before they're about to kiss, to seal the deal, to sort of smuggle them all in, that's when Davina cannot handle it anymore. Her jealousy gets the better of her, and she says, take your hands off my man. That's exactly what she says, and writes it just like that. Yeah.
Wow. That's a
and
plot development.
Yeah, and sure, she's never spoken that way before, but she's just to overcome. And yeah, and the sky pirate Sonia, the sky pirate lieutenant, was like, "How dare you speak to me this way?" And that's when, because of this terrible, terrible insult, that's not how you speak to sky pirates. It's rude and insulting.
No. Yep.
This means, unfortunately, this terrible breach of protocol based on jealousy and the inability to control oneself, really.
Is Davina
What that means? No. Sebastian is. So what happens is...
I think Sebastian's a self-aspiration.
That there is forced to be a duel between Davina and Sonia, the Red.
Okay. Sure.
Right?
Yep. Sure.
Right? There's got to be like
the Chase Davina shippers are outraged. That is right, Pope. That is absolutely correct.
Yep. And this fight has to be a wrestling match between them.
An oil wrestling match. Obviously.
Yes. Obviously.
It'd be Jello if it was modern day, but it's not, so it's oil.
But it's not. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I think what happens is that...
By torchlight.
The thing is... And Davina is...
A lot of glistening.
A Tech-Monk, right? So is like really great at fighting, and is really, really good. Except that we do have this as like a sudden and unforeseen disruption and catastrophe, abrupt change in one's life. So leading to a new lifestyle, separate relationships, etc. So what happens? This battle, right? Yeah. This battle is fierce between these two she warriors, right? And there they are, just fighting. There's like some bits of clothing get ripped. It's very dramatic. Shoulders
strategically ripped.
And I think that even
this is a young adult novel, so we have to keep it YA.
Strategically ripped, barely. And I think the thing that happens is, I just want to say for the record that in book 1 there were a lot of fight sequences with Davina, and Davina was like, especially because it's like Grace and Davina, and like Davina's always the better fighter, and is always the one that like gets and also you can't have boys fighting girls, so anytime there's like a fight between like
there has to be a girl fighting the other girl, and Grace can't do it, so that's what Davina was there for. Yes.
And Davina was always pretty cool, which was why Davina has a huge fan base with some people who write that. Yep. And so, and it's just like an Attitude Era WWF women's match. Yes, it is. And the thing is that this sky pirate is not described in a particularly fighty way originally, but in this fight,
she's badass.
Inexplicably, she beats Davina in this fight.
Yeah.
And yeah, it happens. And the Sonia, the Red, the sky pirate says, "You all, because of her, have proven yourself to be unwelcome in the sky pirate's kingdom. However, because she has lost, she is now my prisoner, and I take her with me to the realm of the sky pirates, and none of you are able to follow." And with that, Sonia the Red, the evil sky pirate, takes the defeated Davina into her captivity, and off they go in the sky pirate skiff, off into the skies, and because she really upset Sonia the Red, and there our heroes now down 1. Sebastian says, "You know what? Davina ruined our very good plan to get into the thing because she cannot control herself. But it doesn't matter, because she's my friend, and I would never betray her. Come on, gang. There are only 4 of us, but we will rescue Davina," making sure she's being framed very much like a damsel in distress in a way that does not make any sense for her character. And we will save her. Yep. Come on, she needs us more than anything. And with that, the heroes, climb on their skiff that they've had to repair, and they're going to try to find some other way to get into the Sky Pirate Kingdom. Yeah. And scene.
My thoughts. I think that for as much character assassination that the author is trying to do about Davina, he's doing an awful good job of making this book a lot about her instead of the protagonist. I'm just saying. If he could have just written her slowly into obscurity and like, but no, he's doing a lot of like front and center work with Davina, is what I'm saying. I think he's too emotionally involved. And it's gonna be real hard for him when they try to adapt this into a movie or TV show, because he's gonna be like, no, you can't change any single thing about this for screen adaptation, and the movie company's not gonna care, and they're just gonna do it anyway. So I think he's gonna have a real hard time.
But it's okay because I've written her out of the story for now. I don't have to worry about her until later.
Until scene 3 happens.
So scene 3 is 3 of Cups.
Mm-hmm.
And it's 3 of Cups upright.
This is what I was hoping to not get.
You learn you've been told a lie about your family. Your family is underlined. And the reverse is you learn you've been told a lie about society. Society
I can't reverse it. So I'm gonna have to defy
You can just let
it.
it go. I mean, you could just let me do whatever I want.
I could just let you do whatever you want.
Like assassinate your character some more, and lead you up to like the big dramatic reveal as
that is the
ultimate
question.
Villain.
Do I let you assassinate my character more and then defy you real hardcore, lull you into a false sense of security, and then try to bust through in the climax with some saving things, or do I try to save the situation a little bit? Ooh. Nope. Okay. I'm gonna defy.
What?
Defiant. I know.
Why would you defy me?
Because ask my mother how defiant I am. She'll tell you.
So to set the scene before we start, let me give you a background here. There have been quite a few chapters with absolutely no mention of Davina at all. We just continue following our protagonists, right? Just like all of them all the time, and just a way for me to write out Davina so we don't have to talk about her anymore. But we do have to come back to her, right? Then, every once in a while, so that we can establish things about her. Establish that she's untrustworthy. She's like if you had a girlfriend who cheated on you. Do you know what I mean? Like that. Mm-hmm. Anyway, so just can't trust her. So there's been like many pages that had no Davina in it. But so this scene here is where she's now in the Sky Pirates sort of like fortress, flying fortress of the Sky Pirates. And she's going to meet Scarafio, the head of the Sky Pirates. She's already been there for quite some time.
Yes.
And this is what the scene is. The scene is going to be her like meeting Scarafio, the head of the Sky Pirates, right in their like thing. Please. You learn you've been told, and Scarafio says, you've been told a lie. What you think is true is not. As a matter of fact, please take it away.
A lie about how strong the Southern Sky Pirates actually are. Turns out they're weak and falling apart. Everything they've done is a desperate last resort. Hold on. There's more.
Look at you. Look at you. Love it.
Everything is resort. Scarafio confesses.
Yes, everything.
Since she earned his trust earlier, she is able to give him. She's able to convince him on a path that will lead to the Sky Pirates' demise that they'll never see coming. All while letting her secretly letting her friends know. Say a lie about how strong the Southern Sky Pilots actually are. Turns out they're weak and falling apart. Everything they've done is a desperate and last resort, Scarafio confesses. Since she earned... I didn't type out she. I was trying to format it, and I missed a word. Since she earned his trust earlier, she's able to convince him on a path that will lead to the Sky Pirates' demise, that they'll never see coming. All while secretly letting her friends know. Via a note she left with all the evidence that she placed in Jace's
scroll case.
Yes, scroll case with all the evidence she found earlier. That she placed in Jace's scroll case to clue him in. To clue him and their friends in to the plan to save the city.
I see. Oh, I see. All right. Okay.
There we go. Thank you for setting that up for me. I was really hoping you would take me to the Sky Pirates headquarters at some point because I earned their trust earlier due to your previous writings. He never saw. He's not going to see my betrayal coming.
Yeah, I just wanted to write you out of this story for like a couple hundred pages, but that's cool. Let me see how I respond.
No. You totally wrote me into being the secret weapon. For a couple hundred pages while they struggle. Turns out I was working with them the whole time. The High Priestess. And, oh my goodness, that's exciting.
High Priestess Upright embodies the feminine principles of creativity, understanding, self-reliance, serenity, and love. Represents education, knowledge, wisdom, secrecy, and esoteric teachings.
Oh my gosh, is that everything I just did in this last thing here? I think that is literally word for word encompassing what I did. That's great. Oh, I'm so glad that the tarot is like in on it.
Can stand for intuition, foresight, spiritual inspiration, and refer to events being affected by positive hidden influences.
Oh, wow, what a coincidence that I got kidnapped 27 chapters previously. To set up the downfall of the Sky Pirates from the inside. And that Jace can know because he's the reader, so I put it in his all the evidence and a note letting him know what I was going to do in advance. Because I saw this coming. Yeah, in his scroll case.
Okay.
Even down to the intentionally pissing off. Because I did flip that, so I can say that was intentional. The intentional pissing off of the person, so that no one else had to be in danger in our friend group, you know?
Right, yeah.
Just me.
Yep. Also, that explains why you lost that battle, right? Because clearly you shouldn't have lost the battle.
Obviously, that explains why I lost that battle. It all makes sense. You're welcome. I've been waiting.
Okay. That was a big shift that I did not write into my book.
Yeah. Well, this is called The Rising Action. And you did have me contact Scarafio earlier, and then I did lose that battle. So it'd have to be intentional, right? And I had all that evidence, which I didn't destroy. I was like, oh, good, he didn't have me destroy the evidence. I just didn't report it. Great. That's perfect, actually. I hold on to that.
Okay.
That pocket.
Yeah. So, Jace.
Yeah. So you either make Jace become a villain too, or
Jace reads the message. And he smiles. And he says, of course, Davina's always looking out for us. And Jace and Davina both are outsiders, you know?
We
and
both
so they've got that
are.
special bond.
We have
that
that
special bond.
Yeah, which is why I left it in his scroll case. Also for the shippers.
Yeah. And Jace explains to the team what it was that Davina has done, how noble she is, how brave she is, how the best of us she is.
Yeah.
And he speaks at great length her praises.
Go, Jace. The shippers will be happy.
And Sebastian says, I always knew that I could trust her. Always. Well, we'd better get to the Sky Pirates soon, before anything bad happens to her. And they all say, yes, we would hate for anything after all of her noble sacrifice for us, for anything bad to happen to the amazing Davina. And Grace says, I'd hate it too. Come on, gang. Let's go. And with that, our heroes head off in a rush to go and save Davina, who's working on the inside. And scene.
Yeah. Nobody else could do it. It had to be me.
Nobody else can do it. Nobody else could do it. This is Davina is taking down the Sky Pirate.
Because they trust me. Because
From
I
the inside.
established that in chapter 2. That was established way back. 27 chapters, 28, 29 chapters ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me just go. Remember, the question is that you will get after my message. What does the author foreshadow about the end of your story?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's flip this card. It's the Fool. Upright.
Yeah.
Open and highly imaginative mind, yet suggests vulnerability due to immaturity, naivete, and unrealistic ideals.
Yeah.
As a card of events, it can indicate an important choice and a need for caution, inner guidance, and wisdom in the decision. So I think Davina is in her quarters in the Sky Fortress, which is like full of pillows, right?
Yes, because I've definitely probably seduced Scarafio or something, according to the author.
Yeah, and there's like gauzy
because I'm bad. I've betrayed Jace, or not Jace, Jace and everybody. Sebastian.
Everybody.
I'm seducing this terrible Sky Pirate.
Yes. But at the moment, and he's like.
I mean, it was totally to earn the trust, I guess, but that's not what it looks like.
No, it's not what it looks like. And I think what happens is, you're in this scene, all of a sudden the scene freezes, and Scarafio, the Sky Pirate, is no longer moving. Everything is frozen except for you. Cool. You can still move.
Love that.
And
it's got that big Isekai energy.
Because you have the big Isekai energy, absolutely.
Yeah.
And as you're there in the room, I think what will happen, my little message to you, is a bird will fly in, like a corvid, like a raven perhaps.
Okay.
Will fly in
Ominous.
with a small little message little scroll tied to its little foot.
Yeah.
And if you open it, it says, "Thank you for the guidance. I can take it from here."
Oh, yeah.
So, my friend, that's your message from me. And then, time unstops and you sort of continue on with that scene. Would you like to say...
my interpretation of that?
Well, what am I... Yeah, what, my friend? What am I foreshadowing about the end of your story?
Oh, that you're gonna kill me. You're gonna kill me off. Something terrible is gonna happen to Davina. And she's gonna die. But, at least maybe she'll die, maybe looking kind of heroic. He obviously doesn't want to be in book 3. That's fine. So I don't think he'll get to write book 3. It's tragic. They'll find all the files on his computer. Book 3. 27 minutes before it finished, 27 minutes before time of death. That's gonna be crazy. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, I think he's gonna try to murder me. He's gonna try to murder me. But my insight.
Yeah.
That's the question.
Yeah.
My insight.
Yeah.
Oh.
What's your insight? Give me the insight that you've got for me.
Didn't know this author so well. I'd think he was learning. I'd think he was listening to good advice and learning, but I've gotten to know this author pretty well.
Yeah.
And he's real thick. And not with 2 C's.
Oh, sad. I thought, oh man.
No. If I didn't know this author so well, I'd think he was finally learning about character growth and progression. But I know that he's just mad. And he's gonna make some dumb decisions that are gonna accidentally character assassinate his own favorites in the process of trying to murder me for realsies, though. Yeah, he's gonna unintentionally character assassinate some of his favorite characters, all because he's trying to character assassinate some of the fans' favorite characters. So dumb. Wow, I really had a lot more respect for this author before I got hit by Truck Coon and got put into a coma. Oh well.
Okay.
I had a lot more respect for this author at the beginning of this story. Yeah.
All right.
It's okay. We'll get there. We only have 2 more chapters to go.
And chapter 5 is only just you. So
it really is.
Yep. Let's do our rods, our chapter 4, and find out how this is going. Let's just see how this goes, because we're at the climax of our story with our heroes on our way.
See what's happening here? I'm looking at the prompts for chapter 4. They're pretty brutal.
Yeah, I'm loving it. Chapter 4, the question, by the way, is what is your author holding back even now? That's the question at the end.
Common sense. I can tell you that right now. Character development? I think that's going to be the best answer, actually.
Our scene 1 in the climax is the 5 of rods. And the 5 of rods is upright.
Upright. Interesting.
A failure makes you realize your allies are holding you back. Your allies is underlined. And then the reversal is a failure makes you realize your ideals are holding you back. So you can reverse it to have your ideals rather than your allies.
Somehow worse. Ideals would be worse. I know that just right off the bat. Ideals would be worse.
Really?
I would, yes. Something terrible would happen. But he does really like my allies. So I think I'll just leave it.
You're not going to reverse or defy?
I don't think I will. I think I'll save that for scene 2 and 3 if necessary.
Just in case?
Just in case, yeah.
You're just keeping some things in reserve in case you don't trust me?
I don't trust you, obviously. I had trust in chapter 1, and then
what happened?
Chapter 2 happened, and I had some trust in it midway through, like the end of chapter 2. I was like, oh, just kidding. Trust gone. So I haven't had trust for like 1.3 chapters.
Right. So we're in the climax. Yeah. There have been a number of chapters that have not had Davina in them because they've been focusing on the protagonist.
27
obviously.
chapters.
Yeah. Moving towards this sort of moment. There's like battles and making their way up to this, and like of course our heroes.
And then there was like that little blurb about Davina, and now it's been like 18 more chapters without Davina. Yes.
Yeah. I've been writing a lot of chapters about Davina, but like there's also like, oh look, we've got like we're able to like sneak past these guards because of the
romance between Grace and Sebastian has bloomed so much without Davina there.
Oh yes, it's
he's
like
proposed,
amazing.
Maybe.
No, not yet, because he's waiting.
Oh, but he's got the ring in his pocket.
He's got the ring. Oh, and like Grace has like learned how to fight a little bit better with her staff.
Yeah.
So she's not
any with her staff.
Yeah, because before there was none of that. It's not enough to make but it's some so that she's not embarrassing.
It's something.
And so like, and the heroes are like moving around, like getting past guards. It's all really exciting. And this scene here is Davina And she's still in the gauzy bedroom. You know what I mean?
Gauzy bedroom.
Yeah. Because she's in the gauzy bedroom a lot. And she's lying in this big, like,
Yeah.
circular bed full of, like, silk pillows and also furs and all of that, right? With Scarafio, who's sort of, like, on his side so she can see his back. And he's like, he's whatever. But here's what happens. She's looking at his back, which is very nice, by the way.
Muscle scarred.
Yeah. And then she sees in the small of his back a strange birthmark. And that birthmark could only belong to the family of Locke and Mariana.
He's one of the exiled sons.
Yes, he is the exiled
gosh.
son. Oh, who saw that coming? Oh, no. That's right.
Everyone saw it coming.
I'm very creative. I don't do anything that's super tropey or obvious. Thanks. I'm a genius author. Genius.
Yeah. Which is why you have such a large fan base, because fans hate tropes.
Yeah, right. I mean, yeah. So as she's laying in bed, she realizes that Scarafio is a fake name, that actually this is the heir to Darkhaven. And that means something. That means that he can do magic.
Yep.
And that he must have come here in exile in order to, because he had to go somewhere. And in this moment, he realizes Sonia the Red is the other child, right, of Mariana, who, of course, also has red hair, obviously. And is also buxom, even though she's, like, milfy. But she's also dead, so it's fine. Don't worry about it. And this is that moment when Davina realizes something important. And that is, I've got to get the failure.
Yeah.
She realizes this right when she's about to stab Scarafio in the back. Because he's naked, right?
Yeah,
she's about to stab him.
Yep.
But she fails to stab him. She drops the knife because she realizes that she's desperately in love with him. She thought that she was playing him the entire time, but no, she played herself. She realizes now, I mean, if he were a dirty sky pirate, she wouldn't fall in love with him, but she realizes that he's, the heir to the whole Darkhaven situation.
Sure.
And also magical, right? And she realizes that actually she has fallen deeply in love with him. And she wakes him up. And she says, I have to tell you something. I have to tell you something important. The heroes are on their way, and I know exactly the way they're coming, and I was there when your mother was killed by Grace. Grace was the one who wielded the axe that killed your mother. And he goes, no. And of course, he no longer the pirate accent.
Yes, of course not. Yeah.
Nope. He goes, no, my mother, it was Grace. And she goes, yes. And Sebastian.
Oh.
And he says, my mother always spoke so highly of you. If you join me, don't let them hold you back. There can be a better haven than there ever had been before. With you by my side, someone so gifted in the dark arts of magic and technology, we could create something that none of those do-gooders could ever imagine. Join me, Davina. And Davina, against her own mind, follows her heart. And she says, yes, of course. And then the next time you see her, she's in a black ball gown.
Oh.
That's still wearing monkey, but she's wearing black.
Well, it's
and
got
also,
it's got like a high-low skirt, so I can still do all the monk stuff and kicks. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yep. That's that scene.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Thoughts? Your reactions?
Yeah, no
my
one saw
friend?
the exiled prince being the sky captain coming. Oh, yep. Also, this works. This ties into what I was planning earlier. Works for me. The author thinks he's so smart. That's my thoughts.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Nice.
I'm excited.
Thank you for giving that to me, actually, because I was like, oh, how do I fix this one thing that the author wrote in previously? But now I know. Now I know.
Author says I should go back and rewatch Legend. I'm saying there might be some dresses in some of these early fantasy movies that would be appropriate. I was thinking absolutely Legend. It's Mia Sarah in the evil black dress. Yep. This is the black dress of corruption is exactly what we have here because I am very creative as an author. Our second scene is the King of Rods upright.
Upright.
Your friend speaks the last words they will ever say to you is King upright. Your friend is underlined.
Uh-huh. Yes.
Reversed is
his
your
mother.
foe speaks the last words they will ever say to you.
No.
Yes.
We're gonna... We're gonna change that.
You're gonna defy
I'm gonna defy. I love saying defy for last because that gets a nice... But I think, based on the prompt of this one... we'll have to save... We'll just have to count on that flip, if necessary, to do this one. All right. I don't think you're ready. Let me move this thing here. We're gonna have to. We're gonna. I can't move these X's.
Oh, let me fix them. I'm so sorry. By the way, everybody,
I have to defy.
Yeah. Obviously. By the way, everyone, we're almost done. We're getting right there to that moment, and it's this is where we're at. Go ahead. By the way, I'm gonna just flip this card. Death is my reaction to this.
Is it reversed or not? I just need to know.
It is reversed. It's death reversed. You asked, and you shall receive the answer. The way I'm going to go and finish up your scene and twist it and mess with it is going to be death reversed, which, in case you want to know, is stagnation, holding on to the past, and fearfully resisting change, loss, personal failure, disorder, and catastrophe. Go ahead.
Okay. And I can only change the first part, so I have to word this really interestingly.
You've got to say something that will end with, speaks the last words they will ever say to you.
Okay.
Set the scene. Are we,
yes.
I imagine we're still in the Sky Fortress.
No. We're on the
Sky Zeppelin?
Paramount. The Sky Zeppelin, because I'm sure this is a sky battle, because the last one was a big ground battle, so this has to be a big sky battle.
Yes.
So we're on the Sky Zeppelin, approaching, about to engage with my friends, the heroes.
Yeah.
And okay, so we're there. Davina's in her black ball gown. Sonya the Red is on a different ship because she's the general, she's doing the thing. So it's just me and my lover here on the sky. My lover.
Do we have a name for him?
Well, he was Scarafio.
No, but his real name.
He's son of Locke. So
yeah.
Is it something dumb like Loxon?
Loxon?
Or something. It has to be really edgy, because he was the son of the Warlock Warlord.
Yeah. Yes.
Or Axel.
Lysander, you should try this game.
Or Axel. Jagged. No, Jagger. No, she's got
Jagger. I want something very stiletto. Do you know what I mean? I want something that's
ooh, yeah.
Yeah, Lucius Darklock.
Lucius Darklock.
Thank you, Pope. That's exactly what we need. Lucius Darklock.
Lucius.
That is exactly.
So it's Lucius Darklock and
the sister
Davina. And well, Sonya's on a different ship because she's like generaling
but that's also her. But that's also her fake name because she's the other.
Oh yeah,
Locke.
Sonya would be like, Rena.
So it's Rena, Lucius Darklock, and Rena Darklock.
Yeah.
With their father Locke Darklock and Mariana Darklock.
Yes.
I'm such a good author. I take the best names. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's me, Lucius, on like the bridge.
Yes.
This is like the biggest, fanciest ship, and everyone's looking to, you know, him and Rena for guidance. But Rena's she's really eager to get in the thrall of things because she wants to fight Grace.
Yeah, absolutely. Right?
Yeah.
We have to have revenge.
Revenge and
with magic.
Yes. Let me get my text out here so I can type as I speak. Standing.
Oh, I love this.
On the bridge.
I'm gonna just put down Sky Battle
Davina
right here.
is faced with a familiar choice, feeling. She knows what she must do. Something she did before. I can't even type. So, like, my heart's racing.
I'm so excited.
Something
I'm responding with
she
death.
had to do before. Why is it that everyone she loves turns to the dark side?
Wearing a great
First
dress,
her parents.
Oh!
Now her lover. She knows what she must do.
Uh-oh.
What she did during the great battle last time.
Oh!
And dig out the rot from within. That's why she killed her parents, is because they were secretly working for the Dark Lord. I was like, how am I going to fix that? And you gave it to me. You gave it to me. She loved them all dearly. But... Oh, no. No. First her parents, then her brother. Now her lover. Now we know how her brother died. She did it. She was like, I can't have you working with these people.
That's right. Yep. We like a good reveal.
Got the rot from within. A tear comes to her eye. As she... How would I do it?
You have to end with, speaks the last words they will ever say to you.
As the engine. No. Oh! This is way better. As all the sky pirate ships start exploding one by one. And Lucius
He's so
turns
luscious.
to her, shocked, but not as shocked as when she finally plunges that dagger through his heart.
Oh!
His fleet destroyed. His lover not swayed from her ideals. And as she realizes
Uh-huh.
that she can never love Sebastian as he might follow the pattern of turning evil. She holds Lucius's hands as he speaks the last words that he will ever say to you. Sorry, I had to make it dramatic because it's like the last chapter.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And those words are picking. So I'm going to note that death in reverse includes stagnation, holding on to the past, and fearfully resisting change.
Yeah.
And I'm going to embody that as the author.
Yes. Yes, as you should. I'm just giving you that to work with.
Oh, yes.
Now you've seen why I killed my parents. I felt the need to clarify that in this chapter, and it's because they were evil, and I just can't. I just have to murder evildoers, and it's so hard especially when you love them. But you can kill evil, you have to love them.
And those last words he says to you with a bittersweet smile.
Yeah.
Davina, truly in this moment, the apprentice has become the master. You have fulfilled the great prophecy of becoming the great evil. And with that, he expires. But Davina looks up and sees that her friends have heard and seen the ways in which she murdered someone for her own gain. And Sebastian says, Davina, no. And that's when we're going to end that scene.
I can't wait to see what this third card does, because there's a lot of interesting things here that could be like, oh, and then I'm saved.
Yeah. What are my character's thoughts here? What are your thoughts about that scene? OOC?
Oh, he probably didn't like that. But I'm so thankful that he gave me a way to work in why I killed my parents. It's because they were actually evil the whole time, and it's been really hard to be Davina. And he's got the friends, but the theme of the ship is this trip has been understanding and friendship, so maybe we can oppose dark prophecies like we've done time and time again. We'll see how this ends. There's still a few chapters left.
Dark prophecies. And it's not that I've seen a lot of Star Wars, because I am not derivative, by the way.
No,
I'm
you're not.
Completely original in all ways as an author.
Also interesting how I took that as personal game, and I was doing it to save my friends from many casualties, but it's cool. The fans will know. The fans will know.
Sure. The final scene in this act is 10 of rods reversed, which is you realize that compromise is unattainable. You have what you have available left to you is only one thing, which is to reverse, which would make it upright and would make it you realize your goal is unattainable.
Yes.
What you like
worse here? Goal or compromise? I feel like compromise is worse. Because I feel like there's no compromise. You have to die for this. So I think we'll do goal.
Okay.
Is unobtained. Let me think about it one more second, though.
So you're going to reverse, maybe?
In this situation, I think so. Because, let's see, they're like, how could you? Da-da-da-da-da. And if a compromise is unattainable, that seems real bad for Davina's survival. But if her goal is unobtainable, that's a little different, especially if the author is interpreting her goal as this dark prophecy. Because it's what the author is sitting here going, So yeah, I'll reverse it. We'll do goal unobtainable.
Okay. Move it and let's find out what we have here.
Because it means compromise is on the table.
We have the sun
again in reverse.
the sun reversed, which is going to give us unhappiness, loneliness,
Yep.
depression, possibly from loss of relationship, uncertainty, failure, and loss in business situation. Great. Okay.
Yes. Tells me the false sense of happiness, unhappiness, depending on the interpretation.
Yep. A false sense of happiness to unhappiness, depending on the surrounding cards. Yes. So, there.
Come on, author.
On the burning sky zeppelins. They're burning all around. You can see the smaller sky skiffs burning as the city of Just Haven is coming into view. And there, on the lonely main platform, our heroes see their once friend Davina there holding a dagger to the heart of the sky pirate.
Yep.
And they heard
in his chest. I
in
plunged
his
it
chest.
in. Yeah, he's
they hear-
dead, dying, wheezing.
Yes, he's right. And of course they hear him say, "You have fulfilled the dark prophecy. You've become basically, more evil than I could ever be." And
Dark Vina.
Dark Vina. And Jay says, "Davina, no." And Sebastian goes, I don't believe it. And that's when Grace stepped forward and says, "I never would have believed it myself, but I, with the heart of a healer, I can tell that it's true. That Davina has lost herself to evil. And the men, who are much more gullible, they don't have the special women's intuition that Grace has.
And this man has never met a woman in his life.
They're like, we can't." And Thad, who almost never speaks, steps forward and says, "Davina, friend." And puts out his big meaty paws.
Oh.
But Davina knows two things. One, that anyone she's friends with will turn evil. And two, if she allows herself to remain an influence in their life, her goals of a prosperous and successful Just Haven can never come to be. And so she has only two choices in this moment. She can take the throne of Darkhaven as Dark Vina.
Yes.
And rule ruthlessly, feel her power. Or she can make the ultimate sacrifice and allow everyone to think that she is indeed evil, so that, and then abandon them, of course, so that they will not be corrupted by her dark prophecy. This is a hard choice for our Davina. And so she knows that she must sever this relationship with her friends forever. Yeah. She knows she must sacrifice everything so that she does not turn her friends evil. Yeah. And so she stands up and she says, "I'm sorry, Thad, but it's true. I've never liked any of you." And Jay says, "But what about me?" And Davina says, "Not even you, Jace. I've never even liked you."
In the most unconvincingly fashion.
Not even you. And I'm afraid I lied to you. I have been evil this entire time. I killed my parents. I've done everything. All the bad things. I've done it all. And I'm not sorry about it. And I'm going to destroy Just Haven because I'm that evil. And I'm going to destroy all of you. And I have no mercy. And that's when Grace steps forward and she says, "Once, Davina, you argued that people should have mercy, and we said no. And we said that Mercy was foolish, and you said no. And what I've learned today as Grace, and Sebastian puts his hand on her shoulder comfortingly.
With her ring on her hand? With the rings? Matching rings? Yes.
Yeah,
with
the
the
matching
rings?
rings.
Yes. They gave her rings?
Yeah. They're techno rings. They're really like technologically advanced.
You hadn't seen them before this scene? This is when they first appear? Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Because we can't make the scene all about Davina.
No. And she says, you see, we were swayed by you then to give Mercy, but now we realize that you were wrong, that Mercy is not a good thing, that you should die. And with that, Grace pushes Davina off the edge of the Sky Fortress, the flying Sky Zeppelin. And Davina, knowing that she's made the right choice to sacrifice and destroy her reputation to save her friends, falls through the clouds. Into clouds. And that's the last we see Davina.
Because they need a villain in book 3.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. And we know Davina has magic, so we know she's not going to fall to her death.
Well, I mean, it looks like she fell to her death. First, if you can't ruin the surprise when she comes back in book 3.
That's very predictable, author.
What? No, nobody's going to guess that. We don't see her fall. We see her fall into the clouds and we can't find her, right?
Yeah.
And then Jace goes,
and her body's never found.
No. But Jace is like,
oh, the Jace shippers are going to love that.
Right? And then Jace turns and says, she was the only one who was like me, not from Haven. Dark Haven, Just Haven, it doesn't matter to me anymore. I'm no longer a part of the 5 of Valor. I'm going to find her, even if it's just to take her body back to the wastes of the Tech-Monks. And Jace gets on his flying...
Javina shippers go wild. The Javina.
The Javinas. And he takes off into the clouds. And Thad goes... Whoa. And that's when Grace turns to Sebastian and says, Sebastian, I'm pregnant. We are going to have a baby. And he says, oh, you'll be the best mother. And she says, yes, and you'll be the best father. And together, we will make Just Haven better than it ever could be before. We will have to mourn the loss of evil Davina, but not for too long. Let's go back to Just Haven. And with that, they fly back towards Just Haven.
Yes.
You can give me your thoughts on that?
This is setting up book 3 better than I thought. And he doesn't even know. And he doesn't even realize. That's my thoughts.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Now, I get to give you a message.
Mm-hmm.
And remember, the thing you have to answer is, what is your author holding back even now?
Yep.
The lovers.
Ooh, that's exciting. Because especially since Jace ran off after her.
But of course, the Dark Prophecy is that anybody that you love will turn evil. So I don't know how you're going to deal with that. Yep.
Oh, I know what the plot of book 3 is, even though he doesn't yet.
I'm the author. I'm in charge of everything. Nobody has much to do. So this is...
I'm your stalker. I know where you live.
Beauty, inner harmony, a caring and trusting relationship.
Oh, this is great.
The joining of 2 hearts in love.
Oh, wow. The Javina shippers are going to be real happy.
It can also indicate the necessity for making a responsible decision, which calls for emotional control and adherence to spiritual values in the choice.
Mm-hmm.
So, before this card comes out, Davina's dead. She's just going to die. I don't care. I'm spiteful. I'm angry, and we're going to just kill Davina.
Well, she fell into the clouds. We didn't see.
Yeah, so. But no, like, she's dead. Like, I've been fighting Davina the entire time.
Super dead, yeah.
And I killed her.
Mm-hmm.
But then I get the lovers as this card.
And you're like, damn it.
Damn it.
Went after her.
I was just going to have him find her body broken at the bottom of the ravine and have him be.
But now
like,
you have the
come back.
lovers. No corpse,
So
only footprint, only footsteps leading into the wastelands.
Yeah. It says this can indicate the necessity for making a responsible decision, which calls for emotional control.
Yeah.
So I think that I have to. Okay. So what's going to happen
Inner harmony,
is
a caring and trusting relationship. The joining of two hearts in love. Yeah.
Yeah. So what happens is the scene has the broken, dead, 100% dead body of Davina at the bottom of the ravine.
Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, because of course we were fighting in a skyship above a ravine.
Obviously. Obviously.
Yeah,
Why wouldn't you? So Ravina's dead. Davina's dead. Just dead.
Yeah. This is your note to me personally, not in the book.
Yes. And
yes.
But you couldn't get the note because you're dead. Except that
there's gonna be book 3 and I'm not actually dead because I saw how you set up the end that last chapter. I'm a fan. I'm your biggest fan.
So dead actually, Davina, who's certainly
stalker.
Dead.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to give you any notes or messages because you're dead, except that now I got to go and have some emotional...
Except that you do have to give me a note message.
I do, and also some emotional control and doing the right thing. And doing the right thing is that I got a phone call from my agent, and Natalie Portman is really interested in it. And so I kind of can't...
Yeah, the publisher said you can't kill off Davina.
So the message... comes from, it's a cover of book 3.
So book 3 is what they say. Yeah, it's a cover of book 3. Yep.
And on the cover of book 3, so dead Davina, dead, like just feel some pain actually, and it turns out maybe you're a little bit less dead than you thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, seems you're a bit less dead than you thought. I'm not dead
because I have magic.
Yep, you have magic. And
because I was taught how to use magic. Now I know why I was taught to use magic. Makes sense.
Yeah.
The dark prophecy.
Yeah, and you also have like the book, the evil book of death.
Mm-hmm.
And when you look at it, it's the cover of book 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you've had all along, and it's the cover of book 3, and it's the rise of Dark Davina, and there's this like, the cover has got like Davina in the most outrageous 1970s style, outrageous black dress.
It's like holding like marionette puppets of Grace and Sebastian.
Yes, and like Jace is behind you, like looking supportive, and it's very, very lurid and very scandalous, and all the fans are going to probably want to buy it. So that's the message that I send to you. And so now you have to give the insight into me as the author and also answer the question, what is the author holding back even now?
What is the author holding back even now? His real feelings about the situation because of the publisher. The publishers aren't letting him do exactly what he wants, which is totally to murder me off. So he's holding back his real desires because he wants money and fame, because we established earlier he's a fame whore. So he begrudgingly agrees this would make a better trilogy, even though he's kind of mad about it. Because he was told it would sell better if I'm not dead.
And then...
that's what he's holding.
What is your insight?
My insight is that, I didn't realize he was a Javina shipper this whole time.
It might have been. Might have been a Javina shipper.
Maybe he should have just focused on that. Why did he have to make... It's like, Grace could have just had Sebastian like a book and a half ago. It's not that big of a deal. But seems that he was a Javina shipper. Okay. I can work with this. We can work with this.
My friend, this is the end. The last chapter.
Yeah.
This is where we're at with the last chapter. So this is what we get. I'm going to make sure you can control this.
Cool.
In this last chapter, this is all you, all the time. The book is done. And it is time for you to confront your author.
Wonderful.
But,
good.
But there's a process.
Of course.
Your author has written parts of themselves into the story, whether intentionally...
Obviously.
or unintentionally.
Mm-hmm.
So, examine our character spread, right? Which
yes.
is
yes.
The Hanged Man, the Empress, and the Emperor, right? And you may tell me which pieces of yourself, your friend, and your foe do you see within the author. Now, I will say that in the book itself, it says if you're doing duet, you have the author answer this, but I actually think it's better for the character to answer this. Could you please
Sure.
give your... I've told you who you are. It is now your time to tell me who I am.
Okay. What I see... What in the character do I see within the author? And the self, everything he hates about himself.
Oh. So
Davina
Davina's everything I hate
is-
about myself.
Yes.
You have to expand that
more.
more.
You feel guilty
You
about
get
the
to
loss
explain
of your
that.
parents. You push all your friends away that you might have.
Ooh. Oh. Yeah.
You have strength, but you refuse to acknowledge it in yourself and need others to tell you about it.
Oh. This is so good.
That's what for the self.
Okay.
For the friend, we're kind of gonna play off friends. The friend, she wasn't there for long. We killed her off real fast. Oh well. But she was kind of a bitch.
Might also say something.
She's bitter and on her way out. The friend is all the bad influences that he has from the people who do hang around him.
Oh. Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Go on.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's the friend was a terrible influence, and he's reflecting that in his friends must be terrible influences, and so he's writing them into the story. Everything, yeah. And foe,
okay. Yeah.
Everything he wishes he was, but he lacks the self-awareness and understanding to see who that really is, and that it's kind of a dick.
Wow, you're just reading me.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yep.
Okay. We're not done with your readathon.
Sure.
We have to examine these scene cards. Which part of each chapter hid your author's hopes and fears, passions and regrets, beliefs and insecurities?
I know all of it, honestly. Is that what the chapter 1 thing 2, 3, 4 is, or is that?
It is. That is exactly what it is.
So chapter 1 is. Could you repeat that?
So look at those cards, right? Look at all three scenes, and then decide which part of that chapter hid your author's hopes and fears, passions and regrets, beliefs and insecurities. So, like, what part of chapter 1?
Out of chapter 1. I think it's the first chapter, scene 1.
Go on. What does it reveal?
I hadn't interfered yet. He was wanting to turn Davina into the villain, which he kind of... I mean, he really didn't, based on how this book turned out. It feels very forced. It revealed that he just kind of lacks perspective. He wrote one really good book. A pretty good book. A decent book.
Wait. Hopes and fears.
Yeah, and he hopes this one will be better than the last one, but fears that because the first one was so good, he just can't stand up to his previous work. Again, when you're looking at a trilogy, usually the second one's the weakest.
Yeah.
And he's scared about that will happen.
Empire Strikes Back.
Unless it's Empire Strikes Back. I mean, as I said, usually, not always.
Usually. Yeah.
Yeah. He's scared he can't overcome the second sequel syndrome. You know?
Yeah. Okay. Chapter 2. What part of chapter 2 revealed... what part of chapter was hiding my hopes and fears, passions, regrets, beliefs, and insecurities?
In chapter 2? Hopes, fears, and insecurities.
Hopes, fears, passions, regrets, beliefs, insecurities.
Scene 3.
Go on.
It's he was afraid of letting anyone other than the female lead or the protagonist contribute or be helpful in any meaningful way.
Why? What does that say about me?
Because he's way too into his protagonist and female lead. He's passionate about it, but to the point where it's obsessive.
But what does that say about me?
And it says, what it says about that,
about me, right?
He's scared to let go of his obsession of the main characters. Main character.
Scared to let go. The main character.
He's scared to let him not do everything and anything important. He's scared. Is it secure?
Okay. What about chapter 3?
Chapter 3? For what's the question for chapter 3?
Same thing. It's the same question for all 3. What?
I thought it was different questions for each one. Okay.
Same one. And it's which part of that chapter hides my hopes and fears, passions and regrets, beliefs and insecurities? What is revealed about me that I hid in that chapter?
I think we'll do scene 2, the one that was flipped. Because so far we've done like one that was defied, one that was normal, and then we'll do one that's flipped because that seems exciting. Yeah, so we'll do the one that's flipped, which is the second one. It revealed that. So that one went from love of to hated of. Revealed that he just can't let women be strong.
Why?
Because he can't let women be strong. Because he's never spoken to a woman in real life. It proved that he's scared of women, I think.
He's scared of women.
He's scared of women. He's really scared. This is a really scaredy author, is what I'm realizing. He's afraid he can't stand up his previous work. He's scared to let go of the main character. He's terrified of women. Especially strong women. Yeah. And chapter 4.
Yeah. What is revealed about me in chapter 4?
He has a real hard time with change, adaptation, and overcoming. He struggles with change. He struggles with change. And that's just the whole chapter, not a specific scene. That's all the scenes. He struggles with change.
Yeah. So you do get to answer this question.
Yes.
What did this story mean to your author?
Oh, it's such a self-insert. He wants to be as cool as Sebastian, get a hot chick like Grace, and anyone that reminds him of his insecurities he wants to put down.
Ooh, he wants to be as cool as Sebastian, get a hot chick who's sort of passive.
A passive hot chick like Grace. Yes.
Yeah.
And
passive
puts down
hot
anyone
chick.
who reminds him of his own insecurities.
Yeah.
Hence why he hated Davina so much.
Yeah, and put down anyone who reminds him of his insecurities.
And why Jasper had to go at the end there. And why Thad hardly has ever any lines ever. Like, yeah, it's pretty clear.
So, the last thing we do here.
Yes, I've used my author.
That is correct. The Major Arcana deck is put aside. I cannot use it. I do not have any of that. You have one defiance.
Great.
And you must follow this last bit. There are 4 sentences. You meet your author. They are no longer in control. You say your piece. You act without mercy. You say your piece and you act without mercy are 2 separate statements. And you have
Okay.
1 defiance, which means you can defy, if you wish, 1 or none of them.
Oh, so I can do each of these things?
Yes. And then you can rewrite, if you wish, either you say your piece or you act without mercy.
Oh, I have to pick one. Oh,
You don't get to defy both. You must do one of them, but one of them you can do just both of them. Yes.
That's
yes,
so
that is correct.
easy. I can just do both of them? I can't.
You can. If you want, you do not have to defy those statements. You can just do both of them, or you can defy one, but you cannot defy both.
No, I think I'm going to do all of it.
Please start.
Do you want to see? Okay.
This is your narration at this moment.
All right. Beep. 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 She's Doctor. She's awake from her coma. She survived.
What?
I snapped too. I'm in the hospital. I ripped the IV out of my arm because that's what you do in these situations.
Obviously. Yeah.
It's a miracle.
That's the best thing to do.
She was hit by a truck 16 weeks ago, like a moving truck. We never thought she would wake up again. Her family was debating if they were going to pull the plug, but I guess now they don't have to. I breathe heavily. I sign out the paperwork in a rush. Release me. I'm fine. And I know what I need to do. I've had a vision. In my coma, maybe? I don't know.
Did you see the light?
Real. I saw the headlights of Truck Coon, and I know what happened. I go to the author's house because I know where they live because I'm their stalker.
Yep.
Carefully looking at crosswalks both ways. I imagine that this author...
You're in charge of this chapter. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
As
so
they
you don't know
say
about
in the
me
book,
as the stalker
this is your
I'm
moment.
actually the daughter of a millionaire conglomerate, so I don't have to work. That's why I've had so much time to stalk this author.
Nice.
Most people stalk K-pop idols or, actors, actresses.
Yep.
No. I am obsessed with this book, this first book. And my dad actually owns the publishing company, so I was able to, go through his files when he wasn't at home and get to his desk and find out where he lives. And I imagine he used to live in a really rundown, 1-story flat with roaches, but his first book did so well, so now he's in, a 3-bedroom apartment in, a house out in the country because he wanted peace and solitude to write a second book.
Yep.
So people can't hear you if you're out in the house in the country. So I drive out to a house in the country. I park the car. I knock on the door. You answer. I have a gun. And what's your author's name? What's your author name?
Well, you're in control of this, and this is your chapter. You get to decide.
I'm gonna use. Okay, what's your pen name then? Ooh, it's gotta be something bad. Something bad.
I am no longer in control. This is all you.
I'm only thinking of lewd ones, but I kind of want something like a little. Your name's Doug. Doug Graves.
Doug. Okay. That's a little bit worrisome, but that's fine. I'm not in control. You are.
And I go, nice to meet you, Doug. I'm your biggest fan. How's your second book going? I think I know. Were there some plot twists and turns you weren't expecting? Yeah, I thought as much. Let's go in. Let's have some tea. And I let myself in because I have a gun.
I don't think your character is well, but go on.
I don't think either of us are well.
I'm a shut-in who, go ahead.
Yeah.
Just continue on.
Which means no one's gonna miss you because you do everything via email.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And so, we walk in, and I have duct tape, and I duct tape you to a chair.
Oh.
And I say you're not in control anymore because I have a gun and duct tape. And you live way out in the middle of nowhere where no neighbors could hear you scream or cry for help or anything. And I say my piece. I go, look, mister, I saw the character assassination you tried to do to Davina and Jasper, and technically Grace a little bit too. Oh, you're not. Yeah. Oh, I saw. I mean, let's see. Scarafio, right? Am I hitting him right? Yeah, you thought I haven't read your book. Why do you think Davina acted out of your control sometimes? It was me. I was in a coma and I got Isekai'd into your book that you were writing. And let me tell you what, I see what I saw the cover of book 3. I don't think that's very true to character. So, we're going to write book 3. Don't worry. And I pat his head. I'm going to let you take all the credit. All the credit. I don't need any credit. I just need good character development. So, I'm your new roommate. And I act without mercy. Doug Graves is now a prisoner in his own home. Book 3 gets a major rewrite. Because I'm not going to kill my favorite author. We're just going to rehabilitate him. I went to school. I went to college. I mean, I don't have to work, but I did go to college in psychology. So we're going to give him a lot of therapy. Yeah.
Oh.
It's like Harley Quinn giving someone therapy. It's probably not very good.
Yeah.
And we're gonna make book 3 instead of villainess Davina being the villain. It's actually like a dual perspective. So it's Jace and Grace. Not Jace and Grace. Sebastian and Grace, and then Jace and Davina. Jace finds her, and so half the book, because I'm writing a lot. Like, what do you think about this? I bounce ideas off of you. I feed you. I throw you in the shower. I take very good care of you. But I'm so afraid that you'll just run away if I let you go and I don't have my gun. So we're just gonna be working together for probably, I think it's like a year to write a book. And then we'll see if my father's publishing company wants to do any sequels or movies or things. And then I'll be your personal assistant. So happy. My dad's gonna be so happy I got a job. Book 3 is gonna be about Jace and Davina breaking her curse. Her parents, the dark prophecy is actually a curse that her evil parents put upon her. And Jace and Davina are gonna work through trials and tribulation to break that, while simultaneously, because I want you to enjoy this too, and fans do like Grace and Sebastian, they're going to get married and they're going to have the kid, and their child is also going to be suffering from the dark prophecy curse, because Grace was pregnant when Scarafio was dying, and so he was able to curse the baby, because that's a good trope, and so they're so distraught because this curse, this prophecy can't be broken. But then Jason and Davina turn back up, and turns out it can be broken, and so then everyone lives happily ever after. We'll workshop it, and that's how I act with Mercy. I become the author's roommate for the next month. If I hadn't started off as a year or two, or indefinitely, I think the author might develop, what's the word, Stockholm Syndrome?
Yes.
Because he's so scared of women, but here's a woman finally interacting with him.
And giving him attention with a gun?
And giving him a lot of attention. And, with the gun at first, but then it lessens up, and, there's you gotta lead with the carrot. You have to open with the gun, but then lead with the carrot.
Yes. Stick first, then carrot.
Stick first and then lots of carrot. And so I think he gets Stockholm Syndrome into marrying her. Nice. And then there's a movie adaptation and TV shows, and then we have to write a different series based on the kids of the protagonist. It's a whole thing. Obvious. And we're in it forever. And then all this is because I was like, I'm gonna be a stalker. I would have oh no, she's insane.
No, I think it's good. And what
Did you like that? I think that's the only happy ending those two can have. And he gets to work on his issues and gets a girlfriend and a wife. Aww.
I don't know if that helps the issues, but I don't know if either one of them get their issues helped. And what is the official title of book 2?
They're terrible. The official title of book 2, this current book. There's a lot.
The working title was Iron Fist Velvet Glove.
I think that still works. I think we can keep book 2 Iron Fist Velvet Glove, because it's not necessarily... It says who has the Iron Fist of Velvet Glove.
No. So it is.
It doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing. Yeah.
Yep. Iron Fist.
The Technocracy Chronicles.
Yeah, the Technocracy Chronicles.
Technocracy Chronicles. Yeah. Iron Fist Velvet Glove.
Oh my goodness!
Don't worry, we'll workshop book 3. Book 3 is like prophecies and curses or something.
Iron Fist, Velvet Glove. So that
Or Shattered Prophecies. No, that's way more dramatic.
Oh,
Shattered
Shattered
Prophecies is book 3.
Yeah, Shattered Prophecies.
Yeah.
Shattered Prophecies. That, everybody, by the way, is our game. That's it.
I was like, why would I defy any of these? These seem amazing for what I want to stalk. I mean, do.
Oh my goodness. So that was Death of the Author, and that's how this works, as a matter of fact. And I have played this once before. This is my second time playing, and this is Lindy's first. Lindy, give me your thoughts while I'm pressing buttons. Give me your thoughts.
Hi, my thoughts. Oh, that was a fun game.
And also introduce yourself. Say where people can find you.
I have love for Trooper for making things terrible, and then me strategically taking its terrible things and making them good somehow. And she murdered her parents, and I was like, fuck, how am I gonna come back from that one? And then I was like, oh wait, no, I know. Now I know, due to actually falling in love with this guy, I have to kill him because I killed my parents because everyone's evil, and I loved it. I thought that was fun. I liked us trying to twist each other's words. That was great.
Love it.
I love a good word twist in a game.
Yep.
I'm really curious to see if this would be in single player, like solo play. I also loved being the villainess who, when we got the cards right, I was like, this doesn't really seem like much of a villainess. Oh, it's the author painting her that way. I love it.
Yeah.
It was so good. And like the protagonist you hate, and you're like, I'm just reading this book for the side characters, actually. Because I've read those books. I've been that person going, oh man, this main character is kind of lame, but everyone else is so cool. I feel like this is one of those books, and I loved it. You can find me online at LaughLoveLindy, Twitch, YouTube, Blue Sky, etc. I play at NGM a lot of tabletop RPGs. You can find me. Oh gosh, what week is it? What day is it? It's April. Fuck, mid-April already.
Oh no, that's not appropriate.
Gosh, look at.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh, that's a lot of subs.
Thank you, anonymous subs, for the gift subs. Thank you, anonymous gifter. That's amazing.
I was distracted. Not this Monday and Tuesday. What? Wow, that's amazing. Amazing.
Thank you.
Next Monday and Tuesday, you can find me on my channel for Aliens, Shoulder of Orion, where we found out the egg is actually a giant life-wiping machine with some parameters that may be excluded, which probably isn't us. And then on Tuesday for Ghost of Saltmarsh, where they're triggering literally every trap in a dungeon, because they're just not rolling to check for traps, and it's kind of hilarious. One of them was almost died, and it was so funny. I laughed so hard. I had tears. And then on Wednesday, last week we had a TPK. Everyone got eaten by Tyrannosaurus Rexes because they're in like a time bubble. But then at the very end, after everyone got eaten by T-Rexes, they found themselves back to when they entered the Jurassic area on the train, as if everything had reset. Oh, but they're going to have to make a bunch of rolls. Will they be able to figure out how to escape this time loop bubble? And how many times will they maybe intentionally murder themselves to reset the loop and bubble, depending on what happens? I'm very excited to find out. That'll be on Wednesday afternoons.
We'll be involved in that. How much sand loss will be involved in that? Yeah.
You're gonna. We'll roll that at the top of the round. I think it gets worse each time too. I think that'll be
nice.
I think it needs to increase. Yeah.
Especially if you have to kill yourself in order to reloop. That sounds.
Because I'm wondering if it's down to like 2 party members, are they gonna say, because we know if we all die, we come back. Do we keep going and maybe not? Like, will they let their fellow people die, or will they murder themselves? Because, they can fix their wrong decisions if they do. I don't know. It's gonna be bad, because I have a lot of different dinosaurs. A lot of death by dinosaurs is on the table. I doubt they'll go to the T-Rexes again, but there will be, potentially, velociraptors, pterodactyls, and triceratopses. So there's options.
You can try.
And other things.
Triceratops. Yeah.
You could try. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some are more likely to murder than others. Remember your tropes. I'm including them. And you can find me here next Friday for this game, for Traveler, because we should be back with them.
Yes.
And on Sunday
That's
on
right.
Praxagora Thesmophoria's channel for some Greyhawk shenanigans where I'm deity speed dating, attempting to deity speed date, and also hitting on wizards, old wizards.
And successful at the hitting on.
Yes, that's true.
Yes.
Successfully hitting on old wizards.
I am Trooper SJP. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for, it's a good length we're going to go, but thank you for sitting here with us. We had a bit of a late start, but we got it all in, and I will say, you can find me tomorrow at noon Eastern over here on my channel playing some Hitman, and then next week, Thursday, for some Disco Elysium, 6 p.m. Eastern, and then Friday with Lindy and the crew for more of the Gamblers. I'm very excited for it. We don't have that many sessions left, actually, of the Gamblers. We've got 4 more before the season ends. Then, of course, the Gamblers will be back in the fall. And I want to we got, by the way, I want to say thank you for those folks who gave us gift subs, and also to the, thank you so much. We have no messages to read out, but that's okay. That's fine. No messages, but thank you for that. I will say this. Lindy, if you play this solo, because you can play this either solo or duo, if you play it solo, you're the character, and you're trying to interpret what the author is about, right? Like, you're just sort of like, you're like, okay, I'm the character, and then you throw the cards out, and that's what you've got to figure out what the author is doing to you, right? So it's like, so basically, it's like this, but you have no author. You have to figure out what the author is doing. You're like, what is the author doing to me?
Okay, interesting.
Yeah. So you stay
I like
as the
how
character.
antagonistic it was, though. With the
I
author
know.
versus a player.
Yeah. So good. There's something very lovely, I think, about, like, I really quite enjoyed the antagonism between it.
So much fun.
Yeah.
You kept giving me gifts and not even realizing it.
I know. Look, I want to give you gifts. That's the thing, right? I want to give you gifts. The last time I was pretty certain the author was going to try to kill my sister. So I kept trying to, like, get my sister out of the way so that the author could not kill my sister. It all worked out in the end. The author also beat me up, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. I got like goons beating me up in an alley, and I was like, that's fine.
I was just murdering all of my family. They were evil.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. No, yeah. I actually quite like the play, right? Of, like, the author's trying to screw you over, and you're like, nope, I will not be screwed over. I'm going to try to screw you over. And I was like, nope. I'm going to give you warnings, right? I thought that was very, very good. And I like that about, I think this is fun. I've not played it solo yet either, but I think that could also be fun. I also would like to play it again with you, where you're the author and I'm the character. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah. We can do the sequel trilogy.
The sequel trilogy. Oh my goodness.
Or book 3.
Yeah. Or book 3.
But it's me as the author.
Oh, creepy.
And you're,
love it.
And you're maybe you're Jace.
Yeah, and I'm in a coma. You know what I mean? Like, we'll just
and you're in a coma?
find out.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it's a fun game. I really enjoyed. I think I like what you can do with it, and I loved playing with you. I thought it was super fun. And I also want to give big thanks to people in chat who gave us names. So
yes.
Thank you. I also just loved all the suggestions you all had, and I really appreciate that my author was not that good. Do you know what I mean? Like, I was like, oh, I've met you, my friend. You probably wear a fedora, and not in a good way. That was fun times. So thank you, everybody. Thank you for being here with us and hanging out with us and supporting us. And thank you for enjoying the show. And we're going to go. We're not going to raid anybody, but we're just going to go. So thank you. And I will see you on Saturday, and Lindy will see you on Sunday. And so thank you, everybody. And also, everybody send love to Rissa's cat, Rufus. And thank you. Everybody, you are the best. And, you can get this game over on itch.io if you want.
Yes.
It's a cool little indie game, and
You should.
if you're interested, you should check it out. And we will catch you all on the flip side, everybody. Until then, ciao.